Hello, hello, hello. We are now live. Sweet. That looks like that my webcam is kind of hiding that stuff. Whoa.
We are.
I've caught myself like playing on my phone. Let's see. Can I mute myself on here? Or at least I'll turn myself down. Oh yeah, there. I am muted now. Okay, sweet. Okay, I need some more coffee before we start here. If you're going like, Katie, why are you cutting more stuff? I don't know. Oh, now you can see my steam press. Excellent. All right, so basically I'm following the same principle of like, if I don't get it cut, it doesn't get done. And I was kind of like wobbling on what I was going to do this morning, and then I was just like, nope, we're gonna go and cut down the cake cozies because otherwise I am not going to get them done. And I want cake cozies, and I want some new wristlets for the event on Saturday. It feels like it should be on a Sunday, but it's not. It is on a Saturday. Blah blah blah. Anyway, I wonder if I should also cut some of these like cats. Yes, obviously I don't know why that's even a question. Okay, so I think we'll cut some cats from this. As long as I've got enough fabric in there. I totally do. No, we're not cutting cats. That is adding too much. I do need to maintain some sanity. Okay, so those were the wristlet cuts that I prepped yesterday. These are the cake cozies that we're going to make. This one, we're just going to trim down one side, and then the other side we're going to make into a scrunchie. Yes, that's what we're going to do. Okay, now I am experimenting with a little bit larger cake cozy right now. I've had a request for it, but that will not be ready for this weekend, and so we're going to concentrate on the ones that are going to be for like the smaller cuts. So basically the larger one I'm working on right now is for things like the stuff, DK and like worsted weight and things like that. If you're like, Katie, what the actual F is a cake cozy? A cake cozy is a fabric band that can be wrapped around your yarn to hold the cake together while you're actually knitting from it. So that's what it is. Oh, that one's really close. Okay, so this one's going to become a wristlet. This one can become a cake cozy. And we're going to go through and we're going to trim these all down with the handy dandy Stripology ruler so that I can just kind of do a whole stack of them here. It is an expensive ruler. You do not need it, but I will say that if you are processing a lot of, or at least I have found processing a ton of scraps, it is like far faster. So much faster. Okay, there we go. Also, I had an order for cake cozies for the retreat on Saturday. So I was like, okay, I better actually get some of these done in advance. Oh, that one is too small, so I will have to tell her that that one is too small. I'll make a wristlet from it. This is not too small. So basically, I'm just squaring these up as best as I can to themselves, or to like this bottom one here. That's probably enough, mostly because my rotary cutter does not enjoy cutting through too many layers because it's only I need a 60 millimeter rotary cutter for this mat, or for this cutting thing. I just haven't taken the time or the money. Basically, I haven't taken the money to do it yet. Also, I want to try one of the fancy Martelli rotary cutters. So fancy as in it's like a little bit more ergonomic. Okay, so that is the square up line there, and the square up line up top is going to be that line right there. Sweet. Okay, now we're gonna cut it, we're gonna trim it down right there, and then I'll, oh, okay, so there's the line right there for this. Okay, Rotary cutter 1. There's the length cut. That bird fabric is very close to the limit. All right, and then in theory, all I should have to do is actually just turn this like this. Yeah, baby. Okay, and then we'll square, oh, so I trimmed that. Okay, yeah, so we'll square up to that right here, and then we'll just, wait. Oh, right. Okay, so this is where it becomes a little bit more difficult this direction, because it's like, now I've got to cut it up here. Okay, so we're going to trim it down to there. So this is a width trim. I'm going to make it, yeah, no, we're just going to stick with the measurements I'm currently using. Never mind. And of course I did not move the, let's do that one more time, because apparently these are, oh right, because it's only, right, that's why it's being cranky. It's because it's like these current cuts are as basically as tall as the rotary cutter is. So, okay, so that was the line. This is the second line. The actual width, depth, whatever you want to call it for this. But anyway, this is still way faster than taking like a template and cutting out that many layers. I find that for whatever reason, the ruler, I think the weight of it actually helps hold everything together basically, and so this is much better. Okay, just saw a drawback to actually running this on my phone. So we're gonna get rid of that. And then I'll get the notifications through to my watch. Also, I do have new colors of the cat scissors coming in. I have a restock of the normal cat scissors. And then I have 3 new colorways coming in as well. By the way, if you are just joining me, this is your first time, my name is Katie. This is the Atelier Nekozuki podcast / live stream. It's really not a podcast anymore. And I work with Japanese fabrics that I hand select in Kyoto and Tokyo and then make into bags and accessories. Mostly for knitters and crocheters, that is my main market. But you know, anyone who wants them. Okay, so I think this one can be trimmed down for another wristlet now. And then I think this probably can be, and then yeah, so these are all scraps actually that we'll use for piecing later. And then this, we're just going to leave like this and we're going to make it into a scrunchie. Perfect. Okay. Don't worry, there is a lot more here. So much more here right now. Okay, and then that is the pile of done, just not going to work. So I'm going to move this pile back here since this is the one we'll work from. Small pieces will go on top more. This bunnies, we'll do another combo of blah blah and blah blah, and blah blah being cake cozy and that other thing, scrunchie. Oh my goodness. Apparently the kids ate my brain this morning. Who knows? That was a struggle though. Okay, I'm gonna trim this down because otherwise it's good. So this is actually an offcut from a knot bag. Apparently I had enough around the bottom. I need to bring in my strip bin. Actually, my strip bin is like right there. I don't know why I didn't grab it because then I don't have to like, and then I don't have this pile right here. But whatever, I'm not gonna step away. I'm just gonna, I'm gonna soldier through apparently. Okay, this one will be easier to cut with a ruler. So we're gonna just move that out of the way for a minute. Pop it there. I think this one will be easier to cut with the larger ruler. Are you large enough for a cake cozy? Yes, actually, a little bit generous to be honest. Okay, so basically this is what I should have done yesterday. Yeah, I don't know why you're in here, to be honest. Anyway, what I should have done yesterday is basically split up the piles so that like this piece is very different to cut from these strips that are already basically done. Ooh, so there's, if I've got enough, I'll actually make 2 cake cozies out of this. If not, I will make a cake cozy and something. I don't think there's enough for both. Oh my goodness, there is. As long as it's like wide enough on this end. It is! Alright, that's going to become 2 cake cozies then. So we'll fold that over. And then it can be trimmed down. Sweet. There's another one where it's going to be better to do it from here. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. You are large. Why are you here? Actually, you would make a really good one of those square bags that we've been making. I think you're just a little bit too wide. Yeah, this is a large box bag cut. So I could keep it and do a kato out of it. Or I could trim it down and we could do a square bag. I think we should do a square bag. Because like this would be very adorable as a square bag. And it wouldn't take much extra work to just trim it down. Basically, it would just be in the middle there. Almost be really cute to do like an inset of the purple. No, too much work. Idea rejected. It's too much work. Okay, there's more little scrappy scraps. Here's a larger piece that's going to be easier to process here with these guys. I'm going to square it up at the bottom here because I keep trying to square it up at the top and that just doesn't make sense. Smaller strip, smaller strip. Smaller strip. Is this too heavy? And actually, with that might work for a mini traveler. Oh, it could. Okay, never mind. We're gonna make. So I was pulling this for like to make stuff with, but we're gonna move it off and use it as for a mini traveler pouch. Never mind. Because I just realized what I can do is that you don't have to cut the piece, like the exterior fabric, the pretty fabric or the Japanese fabric. You can actually like cut it in 2 pieces basically. So let's do that. Actually, let's do that with this too. And the My Pleasant Company. Katie, stop diverting scraps. You're supposed to be using them up, not being like, oh, this would be good for this instead. That's a wristlet. It's not wide enough for a cake cozy. Okay, you look like you're wide enough for cake cozies. But are you? Oh yes, you're generous. That might be a good one. No, because the cut for the larger cut was not that size. Okay, there we go. Little Shibas. One nice thing about working through all of these right now is the fact that I am actually watching my scrap bins slowly. This is a lot of fabric, so we're going to, it will get cut down into the stuff, but it's also like, it's a lot of fabric, so it needs a different processing. Or just needs to be processed at a different time. There we go. Same as, oh, those are actually, that looks like drawstring bag. It is totally a drawstring bag. That should have been, oh, it doesn't need to be sewn. That's what it is. Okay. Oh, because I'm, yeah, brr. Okay, I don't want to do with the mice with cheese. Let's move over here again. Why are you here and not out having gotten hemmed? Excellent. Sure. Perfect. Okay, there's a couple more cake cozies as well that just kind of snuck in here. Alrighty, cool, sure. Let's throw them on that pile. Ooh, yeah, we can do, yes. Okay, so what just popped into my head is the fact that we can do luggage handles from a lot of these as well. So, yay. Now, no, I'm not going to do a bunch of those until after this crochet retreat, but it's something to keep in the back pocket. That is not quite wide enough, so we'll make a wristlet from it. Okay, I think we've got a good enough pile here. It can't get too thick, like I said, because my rotary cutter is not a very large rotary cutter. Well, it's large enough. It does its job, but it's also not like, rah, and able to cut through a bunch because the actual like that's not what I want to expand. I want to like expand the chat. Thank you, and to move you up. Okay, there's nothing down that I'm missing down at the bottom. That's good. Anyway, the things. Yeah, I won't be concentrating on luggage handles until after this crochet retreat. So basically between the crochet retreat and the Stampede pancake breakfast, I want to get both the mini traveler, like enough of them done that I can launch it, and the luggage handles. And the luggage handles would look super cute in this little pink one here, because it has a large enough height for that. Okay, so we're going to go in, we're going to cut the length down first, and then we'll cut down the height, depth. These are all strips to cut. Yeah, they're all similar sizes is what that basically means. So they're all, I'll be able to cut them all together. I think a lot of these had been like prepped with that in mind, but you know. Actually, let's finish that up and then we can just go through and do a stack and then do the cutting. That's also large enough for those things. Strips. Cake cozy. Oh, and then there we go. And then there's a good one for cake cozies. Sweet. And a little bit larger strips. So we'll do the larger strips together and then we'll do the smaller strips together. These look like they're all large strips. This is a significantly larger piece. This is what I call the come hither cat, because it's like these cats with butts right here actually are like looking over their shoulder like, hey, come here, let's play or something. I don't know, but like the come hither look. Good morning, Jennifer, how are you today? Okay, strips, and then this is a little bit larger scrap, so we'll put it over here, and then this we're gonna throw it on top because then I can just whatever, adding one more layer is not gonna hurt it. If it does, then I'll remove it. Okay, so I'm gonna square up the one edge here first. Everything's kind of lined up there. We're well and truly over the actual line that I need. Okay, so we're gonna square it up based on the sheep on top here. And then actually we're also going to square it up based on my cutting mat lines. And actually that's looking pretty good. Awesome. Okay, for some reason. Sweet, are you crocheting bags like right now, or do you sew project bags for crochet? It's one thing that I never really got into is like, I know that there's some really awesome like knitted market bags and stuff like that, and I'm just like, no. Okay, so this looks like it's probably good for the owls. Will divert into, we could make a scrunchie out of that. That would look really good. There, and then this we're going to divert into luggage handles. Nice, that's really fun. Do you do them in like cotton or acrylic or wools? Okay, we're at the right length. Now we need to do the depth cuts. Okay. So square this up again, especially now that we got a nice straight line bottom and top. And we're going to scooch this over because we're going to square it up on both sides. Good. And I think that's all the way down through. Yeah, the closest one is Fuji, but it is even on... No, it's not on the line. So we'll square up with Fuji here. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, good. Okay, sweet. Well, that's okay too. I'm glad you're crocheting bags. Are they going to be like market bags for yourself? Okay. Gonna settle this ruler over top of this again. And then, oh right, and then this line has to line up. Well, an inch marker has to line up with that one. So like that and that. And then I'm going to push it up because it's like this pushes the limits of the ruler and what I can actually cut with it. Because it's like, you are really close to the edge, lady. Oh well, it can deal. Okay, so I cut there, which means that I cut here. Yay! All right. I guess the other way I could do this is I could actually mark it out with a marker before I cut, but you know. Like I said, I think the weight of the ruler is really helping as almost like a pattern weight to hold it down. So, all right. Also, I went out to have my coffee on the deck this morning and got outside of like, oh, this is a lot colder than I thought it actually was outside. So I came back in. Took a glance at our flowers. My sweet peas are doing really well. I didn't know if I was going to be able to like plant them in a container or not. And I just was like, okay, well, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work this year. But they are actually doing really well. I'm quite happy. That's not long enough. All right. So that is going to become actually more luggage handles as well. This one is a special request from the organizer of the crochet retreat, so she gets priority to make sure it gets done. Are you wide enough? The eternal questions. Yes, you are just barely wide enough. Okay, because it's super close, I am actually going to go in and just trim these two, and then we'll deal with the rest of them later. Okay. Because there to there. No, that's too long. So it's there to there. Sweet. Okay. Good. Are we square? We're not square. Now we're square. Excellent. There we go. There. Minus that is this. Okay. Sweet. So all the fabrics here, Jennifer, are Japanese fabrics. I actually go to Japan and purchase them there. Then I come back and I make all the bags in my studio. As is, I guess, kind of obvious right now since I'm processing the fabric. But you never know. Okay, that is a nice square line right there. I'm just going to do our trim down here, right at that line, square up the bottom here. I'm going to ignore the little bit of warble that's there because realistically this is going to go into the serger and that can take care of any like stray kind of waver. And if you're like, Katie, why wouldn't you just draw the lines and then take it to the serger? Because then I would have to like, the whole piece needs to be like done. Like I don't get as good a scrap from it as afterwards, basically. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I was an exchange student. I was actually looking at the train schedule the other day, like literally halfway between Osaka and Kyoto the other day. And yeah, so I go back now for fabrics. Started for the cat fabrics, stayed for everything else is always kind of the thing now. Ding, 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 ding. We're going to keep that for luggage handles because I still have cake cozies in that. No point in repeating something I already have stuff in. And actually, do you know what? Let's do the same with the Shiba here. This one will make a cute cake cozy because it's a nice scatter print. I'm going to do the sheep. Actually, the sheep are going to become 2 cake cozies. I said that, and then I was like, wait, we could do... Oh, actually, I made notes on the cake, on the luggage handles the other day because I was like, these seem way too large, and they turned out that yes, they were way too large, and I could make them smaller. Okay, let's see where I left the notes, because, you know, I never actually remember. Last go measurements for the newer big ones. No. Oh, because that's because I made them on my phone. Maybe? Let's check 1 second. Excuse me. And sorry, I wanted to make sure I covered the mic so I didn't blast your earballs out. I can't believe I'm still saying that. I messed up one time and actually, like, called the kids' ears earballs instead of eyeballs. I, like, condensed the two. And now every once in a while it pops out of my mouth. Anyway, we should make handles, luggage handles out of that too, because that would be a lot of fun. I know it's really light fabric, but the nice thing is that these are all machine washable. So, like, don't worry about using your stuff. All the fabrics are pre-shrunk, so you don't have to worry about that either. Although, I think that should also become handles. Yeah, let's do it. Over in the back corner here. My phone is just going for it right now. Holy. Okay. Oh, that's not wide enough down there. Damn it. Okay. Are you wide enough? Perhaps? Perchance? You may be? Yes. Yes. Okay, good. At least some of these are still going to work. Okay. This one we're going to do the same, and this one's going to become a scrunchie, I think. Although maybe it'll also become a luggage handles out of that would be cute too. Okay. Matryoshka dolls. Good enough. That is actually, I think... Oh, and then we've got the big scraps over here to process. I've been going to Japan for Japanese fabrics since 2016 now. I was on exchange from 2009 to 2010. And then my husband and I went back for his first trip to Japan, like first official trip to Japan in 2016. At that point, I was already making project bags. And so I was like, do you know what we got to do? We got to actually take a look at how much it costs to buy fabrics in Japan. Because at that point, I was buying from like Etsy sellers and stuff like that. And that was fine. But it wasn't sustainable, like expenses wise for me, for customers, anything. So it would have been short-lived if I had done it that way. Especially when we figured out that even with me going to Japan, it was like 40% cheaper for me to go and select fabrics in Japan. And the horrors of having to travel for fabric, right? So... But yeah, so basically I go and I shop. There's a fabric textile town in Tokyo that I go to. And then I go to Kyoto, and there's Noma Tailor in Kyoto. And then I do also work with obi and kimono. I upcycle them. So I go to temple markets in Kyoto to purchase obi and kimono in Kyoto as well. And then there's a woman that I've worked with, that I've been buying from for like 15 years now because of my exchange. And she makes flippin' adorable charms. And she makes them into like crochet stitch markers and for knitting like progress keepers and stuff like that. And they are amazing. She does such a good job. And I also see her at the temple markets as well. Speaking of which, I actually do need to go in and decide what I want her to make, because I was going to go back to Japan in November because I was running out of charms, and she messaged me the other day, and this is awesome, but she's like, I am too busy to fulfill an order by November. And I'm like, okay, well, I can change my plans then. I hadn't booked anything yet, so it's like, yeah, whatever. It's awesome for you. Sucks for me because still a little bit sad that I'm not going to Japan in November, but you know, it was also kind of ridiculous because it was like, really, I was just going to be going for the charms. But now instead I'll go in June or July next year. I've never actually been to Japan in the summertime. I do know that it is going to be hellishly hot. Mostly because of the humidity. But it's like, well, at least it's a new experience, I guess. And actually it helps too because then I can work through more of the cotton and cotton linen blends, so these new fabrics. And like have a bunch more of them done so I can justify a cotton linen purchasing spree as well. Because right now, like if I'd gone in November, the plan was that it was like, I am going to focus on obi and kimono. Mostly because I started making the handbags that I make with kimono lining, and I don't have a lot of kimono. So I do need to stock up on them. But they're ridiculously heavy, so... Although I did come to the conclusion, I think what I'll do with the obi is, so basically when I come home, I usually open up the obi and then I take out the obi are the kimono belt for like holding the kimono up. But they have a really stiff interfacing in them to help them keep body. And so I don't normally take that out until I'm at home. These are too cute. These are going to become, actually all of these are going to become handles. Yeah, luggage handles, especially these guys. And then we'll make these into cake cozies. Mostly because I've had a special request for this one. Okay, we're going to just ruler this one because I want handles out of this too. So we'll make a cake cozy and luggage handles out of this. Anyway, the brainwave I had was that I could actually take that. I do keep some of the interfacings because they're really nice, like stabilizers. But for the ones that are like too dirty or gross, or like some of them are just like rotting away inside the obi and blech. I could actually take them out of the obi, and that would save me a significant amount of luggage weight, because that is the limiting factor, is that I carry everything home in my luggage, and so it has to be within my luggage weight limits. So if I'm removing a good, probably at least a third of the weight from most of it, I can bring more home. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'll have to take an obi that's already still, or is still like assembled, which I have a really heavy one back here, which is good. And then and weigh it, and then I'll take another obi that I've already taken the interfacing out of, and I'll weigh it as well, and then we'll figure out, like, that's how I'll deduce what I can actually bring home. Which, yeah. I have like some of the lightest luggage that is available as well, just because it's like, well, a pound is like an extra meter of fabric, which doesn't sound like a lot, but once you start adding that up, and it's like the luggage is actually like 2 to 3 pounds lighter than a lot of things, it's like you'll probably get worn out faster, but seriously, it is worth a little bit extra expense. And actually, I don't feel so bad. It was like, I just saw a thread on Threads the other day of like, why do people buy expensive luggage? And I was seeing people in there like with very expensive luggage. And I was like, okay, I bought what I thought was expensive luggage for me because it's lighter. But I see now that no. Because they're talking about like an aluminum carry-on that's like $2,200, and I'm like, if you have the money and you're traveling consistently and that's what you spend your money on, go for it. That's not what I'm going for. But I'm like, whew, I thought like the $250 that I paid for my Samsonite was expensive for the suitcase. My carry-on is like American Tourister from Air Miles, like, mostly because it's Mickey and Minnie. So it's like no one, if I gate check my my carry-on, no one can like take it when it comes out on the belt, basically. Because I did have that happen last time I came. So of course Japan was closed for a really long time, and then got the opportunity to go back into Japan, blah 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 blah. And I borrowed my sister-in-law's suitcase, and someone else, of course, had the exact same flipping color of suitcase when I was coming into Calgary. So they like picked up my sister-in-law's carry-on, of course, and we're like happily on their way home. It's like, yours has like a massive fragile sticker on it, dude. He's very apologetic, but it's just like, how? I don't get it. I've had suitcases, like I've had that happen a couple times now. It's like in Vancouver, the first trip? Yeah, the first fabric buying trip, I think. We were coming in, and we had to, of course, pick our bags up to go through customs, blah, blah, blah. And someone had taken it. But here's the thing, is that their luggage had like a bunch of like ribbon and what else was on it? Like it had markers on it, because they obviously knew that like this was an issue. And it's just like, so you picked up someone else's suitcase. Like, what? Did you forget what your suitcase looked like on a trans-Pacific flight? I don't get it. And it's not a big deal. They were actually going to Calgary, so it got like dropped off to go to Calgary from Vancouver. So yay, that. And on top of it, that was like, that was good. But the issue was that if customs needed to see my fabric, I didn't have my bags. Now, they didn't need to see the fabric. We were all good there, but it was just like, come on. Pick up the right bag. So that's what these luggage handles that I'm making do is you can wrap it around the handle of the bag. It makes it a lot nicer to pick up the bag, which is one of the big benefits. And then also it's like, what's the other thing it does? And then it also helps mark out your bag in the sea of bags that might be similar or the same. I think that's a better length for a wristlet. I've got fairly large hands. Yeah, so we're going to cut these down by another couple inches then. And then we'll need interfacing for the wristlets as well. Okay. Ding, ding, ding. Anyway, cat problems, right? So inconsequential to anyone else but me. Oh, it was just ridiculous because it's like the first trip in to buy fabric and someone takes the freaking suitcase. It's like, really? Come on. Anyway, so yeah, the current plan is originally it's been like this next like one was totally a jelly trip, but the business has been busy enough that I'm like, okay, I ran out of the charms. Like there's none left, so thank you. But, well, I'm not completely out, but I'm like down to the dregs of charms. So there are still a few options on the website, but not many. But it's like, so I was like, okay, we're gonna poke around the edges of like going in. I thought like, let's poke around the edges of going in October. Because like slow season, it lines up with my husband's shift at home, like off shift, so he can look after our kiddos. And like it worked out perfect because it was over one of the temple markets, and I'm like, okay, I can order through Natsumi and get this rolling, blah 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 blah. Anyway, that sort of thing. And then he got up to work. We discussed this on Monday. He went up to work on Tuesday. And someone had decided that he needed to do an audit for work on the week that I had said, okay, let's pull the trigger and I'll plan to go in October. I'm like, okay, well, not a big deal. These are jelly plans, means that they're not solid, they're squishy. I'll go in November instead because it also lines up with the temple market. We're all good. Okay, cool. So that's what I've been leaning towards. First thing that happened moving from October to November was the fact that the hotel room cost in Kyoto tripled, which was insane in and of itself. And then, okay, whatever. I'm booking through like air miles, so the taxes and fees haven't changed, and all of that. And then Natsumi messaged me and she's like, I won't be able to do an order by then. I'm like, okay, this is a sign it's just not happening. Well, there's no point if I can't pick up charms from her, since that was like the main thing to do, because like that's what I'm out of. And then I was like, well, I'll just take advantage and I'll go do an obi and kimono purchasing trip, basically. So it's like, oh well. June we'll go, or July. We'll see how this crochet retreat goes, and if it goes really well, then it'll be a July trip. Although if I went in June, then it would be right over my birthday, which would be pretty awesome. So, you know. But it's ridiculous because it doesn't actually, so it lines up for a couple more dates between November and like the spring, which is what she said. She cannot fulfill any more unless I waited till the spring. It's like, all right, that's fine. But it's like April doesn't line up because there's Peace Fiber Festival, and I'm not skipping Peace Fiber Festival in Dawson. And then the other one was May, but May doesn't line up because I want, like, that's Calgary Marathon weekend. And so I want to be here for, like, to run a half and for Dallas to run his marathon. So I'm not going to Japan then either. And I'm also not going to go to Japan and then just like, well, the marathon is basically on the same day as one of the temple markets. So it just does not work at all. Again, so these are cat problems. When I mention cat problems, if you've been listening for a while, you know. If you haven't, what they are is they are inconsequential. Are they going to matter in the grand scheme of things? No. Is it slightly kind of like spoiled complaining? 100%. That's why they're cat problems. I don't like saying like first world problems or whatever, because it's like there are legitimate problems with some of the stuff that we have available to us here. But cat problems are exactly what it is. Inconsequential, kind of annoying for just one thing, one person. And those are, it's based on an illustrated children's book by Jory John called Cat Problems. And the image that always pops into my head with it is like the cat is sitting at its bowl, meowing for food. Because, you know, that's how cats act. And they get dry food. And so they're complaining that they got dry food. Because it's like, wet, what is it? I want wet food, not dry food, wet food. And you can yeah, if you've ever been around cats, you just know. And so that's why it's a cat problem. Anyway, so the fact that I've had to like shuffle this like unexpected Japan trip around a few times is really just a cat problem. But then we are going to go back for like a proper family trip in 26, which I'm super excited for. So both my husband and I are runners. And when I say that, I still run, walk, run. I do not go out and just run races. They are always in like up, down, up, down, up, down, and that is fine. I stand by that. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, but Kyoto hosts a marathon in February, so we're going to aim for me to go run that next year, or at 26. Man, I wish it was next year. We did actually look at going next year, but the cost of going with the kids and everything like that, it's just going to take a little bit more time to like sort out the finances for it. And like we could swing it, but it wouldn't be a fun trip. You know how you like plan stuff and then it's like, but the budget to like get there and do the hotels and everything like that is like the top of the budget. And it's like, well, we could do it, but we wouldn't have any fun while we're there. And I'm like, I don't want to go on a bootstrap budget for a family trip. So we're going to move out to back out to 26, as annoyed as I am with that. And then, yeah, will get me hopefully into the marathon, which will be a lot of fun in Kyoto. And then Dallas is going to try and apply for the Osaka Marathon, which is the week after Kyoto. So that will be a lot of fun. And the other big reason why I don't think we should go next year is I don't know if I'll have a sub-6 marathon. Kyoto has a cutoff time of 6 hours. And the last marathon I did was 6:45 in January. So that was with, ooh, here we go. Here is one of those exteriors that we can make a fold bag with, maybe. As long as it's square, we're good. Okay, so there. Good. Even if we have to fudge it a little bit, that's fine too. Yes, look at that. That's going to be such a pretty one. Okay, so that is not what I'm supposed to be doing here, but the fact that it was sitting right here, we will do that. I do need to dig in the big bag box, and we need to get lining, and interfacing if I have a piece of interfacing in there. Actually, I think this might be a piece of interfacing here. Definitely needs a press out. Oh yeah, that's definitely a piece of interfacing. Excellent. So that'll work for the... Ooh, it's huge. It's like actually massive. Technically for a large box bag, but whatever. We'll ignore that because that is, yeah. We're using fusible interfacing for large box bags now. These all need fusible interfacing. And then we need to cut down the drawstring bags. What time is it? 10:20. I'm sorry, Jennifer. I'm not 100% sure. Is it supposed to be salo? I salo them? What am I doing? Interfacing, drawstrings, and it's 10:30 right now. So the plan today is that I was supposed to go to the gym in the morning, but I'm going to take a lunch break, gym break, and do it this afternoon. I feel like these should almost be run through. Oh yeah, they need to be run through the sewing machine before I drawstring them. Apparently, I missed a bunch that needed to be sewn together yesterday. All right. Lovely. Perfect. What the heck? Why are there so many? All right. Well, we'll get these prepped. And then they can get sewn later, but they will not be sewn for this round, I guess. That one is fine because it's just a scatter print, so it doesn't need to be trimmed down. But this is directional, so like the red pandas are mostly up, down. Those cats definitely need to have a stitch done along the bottom because it just will even them up for this. There we go. You're stitched together and you're stitched together, so we'll just do that. You're good. You're good because you're scatter print. You're good because you're scatter print, I think. Are you just serged on the bottom and not sewn? Yeah. Okay, so you need to go in. You're good because you're just a great big block that has been serged. So these, I was doing like serged drawstring bags a couple of years ago, but I didn't really advertise them well, and so they didn't launch very well. And they weren't exactly what I wanted to make anyway. So we're going through and we're repurposing a lot of those drawstring bags into this reversible drawstring bag is what's happening. Okay, and those are ones that I put into like a reject pile that we're not going to use. They're not like, I'll use them eventually. And you don't need to be done. So you all need to be stitched. Maybe we'll still stitch you later, like today. Okay. Then these are all the ones that we did last night. So let's go in and trim them apart. And then we will. And then the cool thing about these ones that happens is that, oh yeah, this was the bag that we refurbed yesterday. So it was a custom order. She wanted this fabric, but the only way I had it is that I had it already made up into the tote bag, and I'm like, it'll take me a bit, but we'll just add the canvas onto the bottom. Previous style of this one actually, well, previous one baited this fabric, is actually what started me doing tote bags and stuff like that with the canvas bottoms. So here we are now. It looks really good with that print. So, all right. Now the really cool thing about these two is that these prints are actually a like diversion of small wedge bag and box bags that have been cut, but it's like they didn't sell very well in that shape, or they I lost the handles for them. The majority of them I lost the handles. It's just like, where did it go? Who knows? So I'm really happy that I'm able to like breathe a different life into them for sure. And if they do look a little bit like, why are these matched together? It was an attempt to make sure that I wasn't like stuck in analysis paralysis. So it's just like, okay, you got cats on you. There we go. You got purple, you get to go with the purple Halloween cards. Yeah, so what we got to do is we got to square up the side seams of these guys so that they match. And then I need to go in and actually trim one of them down, because basically what happens is that the interior becomes the drawstring, and you can see that on the exterior, but that's because the exterior is trimmed down. Now this is a tutorial on YouTube. I'll have to look at who actually did it, because I don't remember, but I will need to remember, because we're going to, basically it's just ironing at this after this. I also just realized I'm going to need to grab all the clip bin. Excuse me. I thought I was over the pollen, but apparently the pollen is not over with me yet. Damn it. Ding, ding, ding. All right, there we go. And then these look like ones that need to be stitched with white, I guess. Oh, and then this one, it was completely messed up because the half point was not the same on both those fabrics. And then these are all ones that need white stitching versus black stitching, because otherwise it'll show through. Okay, so it's unlikely that I'll get these ones done this round. Oh, that might actually work out for... Would prefer the black for the black sakura. But if the white lace is close, actually, and then we can use this for handles, or the cat. Oh, the cat bag. Gasp. And then let's see. It's just a really skinny fabric versus the, yeah, whatever. There we go. Much narrower. That's fine. There. Okay. Interfacing. Which I might be able to do that out of the actual scrap bin for the fusible interfacing. So let's trim these down and see. You guys need a seam, so I'm going to throw you on with the other light ones that need seams. You also need to be seamed, cut and seamed. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. Awesome. All right. This is a lot of drawstring bags. I think we'll have a sufficient number, however many I finish. We also have a crap ton of kato to finish. I love how Twitch is like, live now, you're offline. What the hell? All right. Right. Okay, so I need the actual YouTube video for this. So let's get that pulled up, and we'll get the details for doing the things. And by things, I mean the trim downs. And I'll let you know who actually has this tutorial. Okay, yeah, I thought it was Hanako Handicraft, and that is who it is. Can I move it up? I don't want to remove. I want to... Okay, whatever. Okay, so they need to be... Okay, I'm going to make a note of this because otherwise, well, just writing them down is a lot better. Okay, so interior is that by that. And then exterior is this by... Oh no, wait. The exterior is shorter. The interior is taller. There we go. Is that by that. Okay, now I gotta translate it into inches because I do not have a good... like meter stick. Okay. Okay, so this equals this. And then this equals, so it should be like double that. So approximately what these cuts are, and then okay, so we're going to do, we'll just match it to that and match it to that. That's fine. Okay, so this is exterior, this is interior. Okay, so the sides of it will match, and then that can work that way. Okay. Because then I'm closer to her measurements for like ironing everything down as well. Okay, let's get cracking on that then. All right, we're gonna match up selvage edges here because they should probably be trimmed down anyway. Where are we at for height and width? Doom, 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 doom. We are wider than called for, but that's fine. And then we're going to trim down the one piece to match a little bit nicer, and then the other will be the right height, basically. Sweet. Okay, so let's trim down. We're going to trim down the selvage on both of these. Like that. Ding! All right. And then we're going to scoot it. And then I think the exterior should be the Halloween cards. So it'll be smaller. And the interior, the pit that you'll see with the drawstring, will be these cats. Yeah, that works. Okay. So we'll trim down the cats more. Right? No, because the cats are going to be the exterior. So they need to be the bigger piece. Okay. So we're just going to trim up the ratty edge here. There we go. And this gets folded like this. And we'll iron it afterwards because there's no point in changing tasks right now. And then this one we're going to trim down to that measurement. Okay, and do. That math outs to that. Sweet. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, doom, doom. Okay. All right. After this, we're going to stack. Yeah, we're just going to... Nope, I'm keeping that piece. Okay, so that'll be the exterior. Basically, what it'll look like is... You do it this way. And that's what it'll look like, more or less. Obviously, there's going to be a bunch of folding done and everything like that. But this will fold down, and then this will become the drawstring. And then it'll be reversible to that. Yeah, so I guess actually it'll be this way. Wait. Whatever. It'll work. Katie, just keep going. Don't need to over-explain. Okay. All right, there is the exterior right there. So let's do that as the exterior. Wait, yeah, that's the exterior pile. Bunnies with Alice. Bunnies are going to be the exterior. So I'm going to do an interiors. Oh, nope. Yes. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Exterior will be the black. Okay, so we're doing the larger cuts first. Larger cuts first. So we're just going to do the like wholesale larger cuts first, and then those don't match up very well. So we're going to get them out of here. Okay, and then the birds are going to be the exterior here. Birds, 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 birds. Don't you know that bird's the word? Naughty messenger. Okay, so this one is the pink is going to be the interior here. So we're going to make another one where the black is the interior. Ding. Actually, and then these are all ones that have been stitched together. So we'll ignore those for a moment because we'll need to have that like even on both sides. Yeah, basically we'll unfold it and then, no, we'll leave them folded and half that. Yeah, okay. Wait. Yeah, okay, these are all going to be the exteriors. Interiors? Interiors. These are, goodness gracious, my brain, the brain is not working today. Interiors, interiors, interiors are the larger cut. We are doing the larger cuts right now. Good God. Okay. Which means that they need to be cut to here. All right. Done. And then these all need to be lined up and cut down for interiors. There we go. Okay. You also have a seam. Damn it. Okay. Wait, I thought I had pulled apart a lot more than this. Yeah, how many? Why are there so few here and so many over there? What the heck is going on? Where did I throw them all? Okay, well, whatever. We'll deal with that in a second, I guess. Okay. So that measurement goes to this measurement. Like that. Now I've got a bunch of scraps to work with. Okay, there and there. And then, so these two pair together. Ding! Ready to be ironed. And Alice with the bunnies, like this. Ding! Done. Boop. And then, where is your buddy? Right here. There we go. Black interior, pink exterior. Ding! And then, wasn't this? Oh, was it this one? Ah ha ha! There we go. Interior, which I totally did not cut, but looks about right. Wait, no, you're the interior. So I definitely need to cut the exterior there. Ugh. Exterior, exterior. Okay, you're going to get a trim down over there. And then you're going to get a very good trim down on this side. Off we go. So this is why it's creative chaos. Half the time I don't know what I'm doing. At least that's what it feels like. And a lot of the time I don't know what I'm doing. It's all just figuring it out as I go sometimes. Thank goodness for way better resources online now than when I first started sewing. Alright, there's the bird. Them's the birds. Ding. Why are you the same size? Because I cut you to the same size. Wait. Did I not cut those right either then? Damn it. No, I cut them too large. Okay. And then, but this is the right size, right? No, it's too large too. Okay. This looks like I cut it correctly. Let's see. Ding. 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 Okay, so that one is cut correctly. This is what I mean. I don't know what I'm doing half the time. That is definitely cut correctly as well. Yes. Okay. Good. Thank F. That is also cut correctly. Okay. Just these ones. Okay. So the black is going to be the interior and the exterior is going to be the make sure the exteriors here, or the interiors here, are cut to the right length. Okay, good. Close enough. Ding, ding. Zip. Okay, so those are the interiors. Interior, interior, exterior. Which means that you need to be trimmed down to here. Right there. There we go. Finally. The brains aren't here. I thought I drank enough coffee this morning. Apparently not. Apparently something stole my brains last night. Who knows? We even had like a super chill, easy morning. The kids did end up going to school late. Well, not like late, but like later than the earliest drop off, basically. But whatever. Okay, this is going to be the exterior. Does this work if I just like lay it out and then cut it? Well, I guess the only way to find out is to actually do it. I think what I can do is I can just lay it out like that. We will do it based on the seam instead of the actual, like, and then the fabric length should be approximately, yes. Okay, good. So there is another exterior. Here is an interior. So the interior needs to be cut down more. No, the interior. Okay, no, that's the interior. This is the exterior this time. Okay. Which means that it needs to be that in half, which means it's going to actually be right here. Right there. Right there. Okay. Lots of strips for all the other things. And then, so that should be then, so this will be the interior, and then this should come and wrap around it and be the exterior. Okay, so when I decided to do this, I did not think this would be as much mental gymnastics today. I was like, this is just going to be a nice, like, easy walk in the park sort of thing. Wrong. Okay. Interior. Interior cuts. Okay. Ding. Ding. Okay. Exterior. Exterior. Where's the interior for this guy then? Did you lose it? Oh no, okay, so there's interior. One navy is going to be an interior to the bright blue, and the white is going to be an interior to the navy. Good enough. This is going to be an exterior. Interior. And then if they are not the correct width, I'll do adjustments of that on the sewing table, whatever. Interior, exterior, exterior, Interior, I think that's probably enough though. Else my rotary cutter's not going to be able to deal with it. Okay. Interior. That is the wrong... I've cut the wrong thing here. Okay. This is the interior measurement, and this is the exterior measurement. And these are all going to be interiors, which means they need to be here. The interior is larger because the interior makes the drawstring. These are pretty new to me, so that's part of why I'm struggling so much to just keep it straight in my head. And the other issue of like, well, writing the info down is definitely not helping. And blah, blah, blah. All the excuses. Cat problems. Cat problems. Okay, now these are going to be exteriors, and the exteriors are not as tall. The exteriors are shorter. Say it with me. Shorter. Okay. Maybe if I say it enough and slowly enough, I will get it anchored in my brain. But it doesn't feel like that's going to happen right now. Okay. There we go. There's all the seams lined up. We're going to line the seam line up with this marker down here. And then I got to do math, which is terrifying. I'm actually going to do the math here. And then I can just like, yeah. Okay, so there's the main measurement plus the extra that needs to be on here to be the correct measurement. Okay. There we go. And then those are good big strips for strip stuff later. Now, you two go together. And you two go together. And then you two go together. And then you two go together. And you go together. There we go. Alright, so that is actually working pretty decent. Okay. Interior. Okay, yeah, so what we'll do is we'll do the long cuts first, short cuts second. Interior, exterior, interior. No. Interior. Exterior, interior. Brain, 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 brain. Interior. Mostly because this will sit better for a drawstring than the cotton linen blend it's getting made with. Interior. Just okay. Seam lines all need to be shimmied just a bit. Good, close enough. Exterior, interior. Exterior, interior. No, exterior, because then we can make the Halloween cards a little bit more subtle. But if you want to flip it, you can. Interior for the Shebas, because again, that's better as a drawstring than the cotton linen blend. And then we're going to trim these all down. I have way too many here, so we'll see how we do. Plus, I need to like change my rotary blade, but whatever, we'll do that later. Not bad. Not good, but not bad. I guess I could actually pull out the electric rotary cutter, but I don't think it would have done much better. Those are good strips. That's scraps. Okay. So those are all the interiors. Now we're going to do, right, big cut, little cut. Like, yeah, cut to the larger size, cut to the smaller size. There we go. Ooh, that one's really close to the edge. It'll be fine. It's caught. It's fine. There we go. Exterior cuts. Exterior cuts. Ding, 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 ding. Exterior cuts. Do, 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 do. Actually, we're going to do this in half because these are heavier weight fabrics. Okay, so there is that, and there is that. And we're going to do it like this. And trimmed, and that is a lot of good strips for over there. Okay. Those are both already lined up. I'm going to line it up with there because the math is easier from that line than the other line. Okay. Right? Yes. Okay, good. Just like, wait, I am on the line I thought I was, right? Okay. Done. Matchy matchy. Not a matchy match. Not a matchy match. Not a matchy match. Matchy match. Matchy match. Matchy match. Match. Not a match. 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 And match. There we go. All right, last part of the pile to go through right here. So, interior, exterior, excuse me. Why aren't you matched with something? Because that's definitely not your match. Interior, exterior, interior, exterior. I bet you were supposed to go with that tea time one, and I forgot about that. Okay. Interiors. Ding, 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 ding. Doop, doop, doop. Doom. Doom. This one is obnoxiously over, so I will make sure that it and the panda it's matching with are like matched. These are interiors. Interiors are the bigger cut of the two cuts. There we go. Interiors create less strips, or smaller strips. Okay, exterior strip. I can't see the cutting line. Okay, there we go. Now I can see it. Doom, doom, done. Okay, so sushi, rice bowls, pandas, polar bear, and we're going to square those up. Scotties, parasols. And it's fine, like they don't have to be the same measurement as long as they're the same measurement to each other. But this is like obnoxiously crooked, so that's why we're going to go in and just clean it up a little bit, because otherwise it does make the whole construction of the bag more difficult. Especially since, like I said, most of the construction of these bags is ironing them. So having a nice straight line to work off of, or at least semi-straight line, is really nice. I'm actually going to take only that much off on this side, and then we're going to go back in and trim a bit more off on the other side too. Yeah. Go. And then again, 'cause I don't, yeah, okay, good. So these ones I do remember specifically coming from Noma Taylor because I saw them all hanging up on the wall, and I was like, all right, I just want all of those in all the colorways. And this was like back in 2018, I think. 2017 or 2018. My last trip to Japan before everything went down was 2018, and because I also was like very overstocked on fabric, like drowning in new fabric. So I accidentally pandemic proofed myself, which was really good. I am going to grab the fusible interfacing scrap bin, and we're going to work on getting these wristlets paired up with some, and then we will go in and we will iron. I'll figure out what I'm doing after that. Let me go grab the bin though. I'll be right back. All right, so good news is that I've got a bunch of scraps. Bad news, I thought that they were all in like one container. Or in a, not a, well, they were all in one container, but I was thinking that they were in like a Drona box. But apparently I didn't have that many, so. Hi, Dahlia, how are you? Yes, I know I love you too. You're a sweet pea. All right, I gotta keep working though, buddy. I know. Oh. My old girl. She's not that old, but she's like 11, so. Or, well, okay, best guess she's 11, because she was a rescue, so who knows exactly how old she is. Anyway, it looks like I do have some very promising, like, amounts here. Because it's fusible interfacing, I'm never too worried about it, like, being exactly. You can definitely mix and match, and no, if you play with it, I gotta close the door. You don't need to come in and be sassy. Sassy cat. Miss Sass. And actually, if I do this properly, I probably can get multiple. Yeah, so if I just laid it out. Hey, get out of here. Like this, then what I could do is I would basically just end up with a giant sheet of it that then I can place. Oh, cat, I know, honey. Off you go. Or I could just work with the big pieces first, but that's boring. Why would I make it easy for myself? Okay, I'm going to trim this little end down, and then that's going to be like the cap for all of these pieces, like this, and then that looks like it's probably enough for these strips, actually. Look at that, I guessed right. Okay, so there's 1, 2, to, and then I can build it here. And the wristlets are actually the perfect thing to do a build out of fusible interfacing scraps, because why not? And what I should be doing is warming up the steam press probably. Okay, so we're going to actually lay this strip here. And then, okay, that is a different, that's an old one. So my supplier, and they've done this in the past, but this is like super annoying, changed the fusible interfacing, like in between the one that I bought, like, well, I bought it 2 to 3 years ago, so that made sense. Supply, blah, 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 all of that. But then it also changed in between the one that I purchased last and the one I purchased now or something like that. I can't remember what happened, but exactly now that I'm like just using it. But it was super annoying to have to like, because of course I like was doing a show push, and like one is a very different high weight in some ways. Okay, there we go. Just gonna build this all the way up the table. Actually, that's a good spot to stop because those pieces are both just long enough for what we already have here. So let's lay these out now and see where we get to. Okay, so hedges. Just about, not quite. There we go. Good. Hedges. Florals. And then what I do is I go in and I just trim these apart afterwards. I should have laid this out on the ironing board. And then I wouldn't have had to move it. Katie. That was dumb. Because, yeah, then I could have, like, tacked it down with the iron. Well, I guess we'll lay it out and then we'll move it. Come on, cat. I know. Seriously, though. Okay. Well, actually, that's not too bad. Okay, how am I moving this? I don't even have an ironing board surface to put them on, really, because I've covered it with all the cuts for the drawstrings. Ah! Nothing like being prepared. Okay, let's shuffle those. So those are all the drawstrings that need to be ironed later. We only have a few more of these to actually interface. That is the big bag. Those are cake cozies, so we're good there. And what I should do is I should just actually, okay, yeah, I know what I'm doing. Or at least I have a good guess of what I'm doing. Because I'm going to do this for the drawstrings too, so rather than having to like move the camera again, is we're just going to move my ironing board. And then we'll shuffle it here. And we'll put these on top here for a little bit extra weight so they don't just all poof and blow around. There's all the drawstrings that can now transfer back to the ironing board, because we're not actually using the ironing board. And then that is a pattern. This can come back over here. Ooh, okay. Hi. Apparently that was not connected as well as I thought. That just needs to go back in the webbing slot, so it can go on the floor under the webbing slot. That is another cutting ruler that doesn't fit in that. This is a bunch of patterns that, now that this room is set up correctly, just need to be hung. There we go. Because you know, as soon as I tidy it up, I make it messy. Okay, scraps. Ironing board. Right here for now, and then we can turn it in a moment. And then you guys are going to end up being all luggage handles and a square bag. So we're going to pop you in the closet for now. Okay. And then let's see if I can just kind of, yes, there we go. I can roll it up, mostly, kind of. We'll see if it stays together or not. Let's see. Eek. Ha-ha! All right, and then we can turn the ironing board like this. not seen on anything. Good. And then I can unroll them. And we can shuffle them around a bit to make sure that they're still... Oh yeah, because there's the issue is that now all the interfacing pieces are on the interior. So close, but so far. Okay, well, preserved some of it at least. Not really. Okay. Worth a try. Okay, so these two are good. Like this. Okay. We're gonna lay, yeah, let's lay out the cap pieces first. And then we'll just line up like this. So why I mentioned that the wristlets are a really good way to use these up is because basically now when I go to fuse the interfacing, there will be a little bit extra interfacing, like overlap and everything like that. And in a bag, it's really noticeable. I don't think it's quite as noticeable in like a wristlet. Okay, there we go. We're just going to fill this and then we will go in and iron them down. Now normally I do throw these underneath a steam press with the fusible interfacing, but with the wristlets, whatever, it's actually, this will actually be easier or just as easy. Throw that here and they get so much stitching that it's like you won't even notice. You won't even notice, to be honest, even if it does miss a little bit of adhesion, which speaking of which, we should start heating up the iron. Where is the plug for the iron down here? Okay. More interfacing that'll fit. We might actually be able to get all of these lined up right away. Okay, iron can go behind the laptop, I think. There we go. Yep, good spot. And then that's another piece in there as well. That's a good skinny top piece when I get to it. Okay. Just keep swimming. Okay, wider pieces. And then basically what I'll do is I'll lay all the fabrics out and then we're just going to touch it with the iron to kind of help like seal everything down, at least on something. And then we'll go in and like do the proper actual iron down. Proper being a relative term, considering how we're piecing this. So, you know, that's a good one right there. Okay, so how much extra interfacing do we actually need for these guys? Okay, so here's this one. But for a little bit of overlap, or like extra interfacing as well over the tips, just because then I know for sure it's like covered all the way to the ends. Although if it doesn't, again, not a big deal. These are getting stitched so much, and then they're going to get capped with a key fob actually. And then the key fob also gets a little like snap hook, which if you're curious, if you've bought one of these and you're like, why is there a snap hook on there? It's because I find key rings extremely difficult to get open and closed all the time, and so the little snap hook actually is like an accessibility thing for me. And like I don't actually I don't have one of my wristlets. I should make myself a wristlet, but I've got a really cool keychain from B-side label from Japan, so that's what I use instead. But yeah, when I have to take stuff on and off a split ring, I'm always like, ah, these damn things. So like there's no other way to really do it, but I hate having to open them up and shit, so it's so annoying. Okay, I think that is, hey, we almost got all of them. I wonder if I could get the rest on here. Probably not, but you never know. No, there's a few too many. Okay, so that, actually we're gonna do one more piece here, one more skinny piece at the very end. And then, yeah, actually that is perfect, I think, because then this one can go on here. Yeah, awesome. Okay, so there's a little bit of excess, but that is fine. Now we're going to bring the iron out from, and its cord is going to knock all this interfacing everywhere, but that's okay. It's like the cord's covered in all of those scraps in the drawstrings, because why wouldn't it be? There we go. Okay, turn the steam on. And then what I mean by like just touching it to here is we're just going to press 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Because we know there's a seam there and we know there's a seam here. 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. And actually I can see the seams for these down here, so we'll just do a couple lengthwise presses like that, and then I'll go in and actually press them down. My reservoir apparently is very grumpy today. Okay. Now we're gonna... Now these are supposed to basically be pressed, which means more weight, less movement, but whatever. Again, I'm going for good adhesion, not perfect adhesion like I usually do with the bags. And one of the issues with moving it, however, is the fact that then you end up with rumples like this one. So let's open that up. At least now the like interfacing is actually one solid piece in the back. Oops. It's okay. There we go. And we're just going to go over top of it and kind of like open up that wrinkle. There we go. Good, good. And then we're going to open this up here. Pull down. Try and get these smoothed out here. So that is one drawback to kind of doing that touch method. So maybe we'll just go in and press these down as we go. Yeah, there we go. That's a little bit happier. And if you're like, Katie, you're getting interfacing on your iron. I am. But this iron has served me well for many years, and it is getting to be on its last legs right now. So we'll clean it up. It's not a big deal. And even I think probably before my next big like trip and purchasing rounds, I'll go get a new iron, because the place that I really notice the difference in like how well it irons is when I'm doing the like wash dry iron cycle of new fabric. So, and it's not looking too bad right now. Okay, now these ends were kind of hanging out over the board, so we'll just press them down. Keep my hand out of the way, because apparently it's hearing me talk about it not necessarily being in the best shape, and it's like, I'll show you. Here's a steam burn. I laugh, but it is not funny. Okay, steam is no friend to skin. Okay, I think that is actually pretty good. So now we'll trim down in between all of these. What we're going to do is, well, look at that. It's exactly the same amount on both sides. 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. I don't know why I'm shocked, because they're all cut to the same width, so it would make sense, but whatever. Okay, we've only got 3 more that we need interfacing for. So what I'm going to do this time is I'm going to lay them out via the top. Looks like we're only going to need 1 top strip. Yeah, that's going to cover all 3 very effectively. And then actually what I'll do is this. 1, 2, and 3. Like that. And then we'll go in and lay the interfacing here. to start. So that's the one edge of the box basically, and then I'll do the other edge of the box and we'll just fill in from there. And then we can lay these out on top of it again. Okay, we're gonna scoot it this way a little bit. Again, a little bit of excess interfacing is better than not enough interfacing in this case. So we'll start like that. And there, 2, and then it looks like I'll need 1 or 2 more strips right in the middle here. Like this. 1, and then 1 more there. Alright, so now I am on a roll. I know I said I was going to go to the gym and go for my run this afternoon, like for lunch break, but I think what I might do instead is do it as an end of day thing. So I'll take a lunch break here soon, but then I'll come back downstairs and we'll just keep going because mentally, now that I'm done having to like cut things for now, mentally I am ready to go. Physically, I need the run. Mentally, I'm ready to go. I think what I might go do is I might actually go do weights. Well, I'm going to do weights first for sure, because that's the thing I'm missing right now. I need to do more cross-training with weights for running. But what I need, do you know what I actually really need for this is my press cloth. Where did it go? That is not it. Press cloth is basically, it's like a scrap piece of fabric that I have to lay over top so that I don't get a bunch of interfacing on my iron. Anyway, yeah, weights, and then I could always go for my run once. Well, it's a little bit harder with kiddos in the stroller, but I could. And that would take less time off my stream. Or it's a half-hour run and I could go do it on my treadmill after they're in bed. That sounds like the best plan because it's not a very long run right now because I'm still in bridging before I start my half marathon training. So, okay, we're gonna leave the iron plugged in and on and ready to go because now we're gonna trim these apart. And so if anything needs an extra little bit of a press, they can get it. Now, it's always good to like set it aside and let it cool. Typically you want to let it cool on like a nice flat surface. I obviously have taken up most of my nice flat surface with the quilt board, so look at a mostly flat surface. They're fine. And actually the next thing we need to do anyway is also with an iron because now these all get ironed into the size that they need to be to get sewn. And this is why I like doing wristlets because like they're pretty straightforward. And it's also a nice way to use up scraps that's not anything, scraps and strips and offcuts from like stuff that isn't super labor intensive. Because doing things with scraps, I'm all for it. I hate, like I try to reduce my fabric waste as much as possible. There is always going to be some. There's no way around it. But I do try to divert it or use it as much as possible. But it does take a vast amount of time, to be honest. So when it's like this sort of thing, it's just nice to be able to just head down, do the thing, and then you're done. So, although I am super excited because I have committed mentally. I haven't done it yet. Mentally, I've committed to making coasters from the scraps, from the offcuts of like box bags and stuff like that. That's what it was. Coasters and those little cat head pouches as well that I have the pattern for. Hey, leave each other alone. That was directed at the cats, don't worry. Okay, yeah, so these guys need an extra little pressy press. So I'm going to trim the interfacing down now to the edge of this one. Also, so you can cut interfacing down obviously to the size of the product, but I find it so much easier once it's actually on the product. Interfacing does tend to shrink a little bit as well, so it's like then everything is matched instead of like, yeah, shrinking in from the edges. That's also why I like to have a little bit of excess around as well. Now, so like all of this stuff will be thrown away because like it's not really useful for stuffing. I technically could use it, but like again, I am drowning in scraps, so like that will go to the garbage. And it has to be garbage because this is a polyester or nylon. It's polyester, I think. Fusible interfacing, so as most interfacings are. There we go, though. Now, trim all these down, and then, yeah, we'll iron them into their shapes. Could I have trimmed these all down and ironed them all at once? Yes. Do I want to? No, we're going to do it in steps right now. Yeah, so these guys, and then and then we'll iron the drawstring bags. Because if I put enough effort into them to cut them, I may as well put enough effort into them to actually sew some. Here, I'm going to tease you with a product that's not going to get finished. Actually, they might still not get finished for next Saturday because we are going to go out and mostly focus on cake cozies and Kato bags because the Kato are extremely popular. But you know, if it's not cut, there's 0 chance of it getting done. So. I had a nice, like, if you're coming over from Instagram, the actual YouTube, basically what happened, I had to post it twice because I posted it once and then YouTube's like, my streaming software was like, you haven't started streaming because it didn't connect properly, retry. Anyway, the caption on the Instagram post for YouTube was like, logical Katie, don't you have enough cut for next week? And it's like, delusional Katie, yes, but if it's not cut, it's not going to get done. So, here we are, I'm getting it done. There you go. But I also definitely need to do the cake cozies because the organizer absolutely loves cake cozies. And so I have a feeling she's going to be talking them up. So I got to make sure that they've got a good stock going on. I've got quite a few, but you know, adding more never hurt. Especially because again, it's like I'm looking in the scrap bins and going, all right, we are doing a decent job. I guess they're not really scrap bin. They like, I don't know. Yes and no. Offcuts. I think offcuts is probably a better term for it. It's like from all the cuts from the knot bags and stuff like that. Okay. Iron these 2 down. Iron those 2 down. Trim down those last 3, and then we'll throw the... Yeah, that one definitely needs an iron. Then we'll throw the drawstring bags up here. Go. Oh no, we're not throwing the drawstring bags up here. After this, we're going to actually fold these and iron them down into the shape they need to be. That's right. Okay, this one needs to be ironed before I trim it. Also like doing these projects with the offcuts and the scraps and stuff like that because they end up being such a walk down memory lane of like fabrics. Like I haven't had this Coco Land fabric in years, but I'm still using up the like pieces, the leftovers. And like, yeah, end cuts and stuff like that. There we go. Here's the thing, Japan is very generous with how much they actually like do as an excess cut, I find. So I end up with like, if I ask for 2 meters, a lot of the time I'll end up with like 2 1/4 or at least like 2.1. And so it's like there's sometimes extra from the cuts that like doesn't necessarily even work into a normal product. So like that's the other thing that these take up is that extra. go. There we go. Trim, trim, and trim. Right there. Then we'll trim it down here, run it under the iron, and then yeah, we'll fold these. And then I'm gonna go get lunch, and then I'll come back downstairs and we'll do all the folds for the drawstring bags. And hopefully we'll actually get to the sewing machine this afternoon. But yeah, that is a good deciding factor in the fact that I will go to the gym at 4 today. I need to be at the gym by 4. So I'll have to leave here about 3:45. Or leave the stream by 3:45. Yeah, and actually maybe I'll just run at the gym too. Do a quick weight workout and then do my half hour on the treadmill. 27 minutes. I'm like in bridging, so my long run today. And I'm only laughing at this because it's like my long runs used to be like right before I finished for taper for the half marathon, it was like 11 miles. So, or 12 and a half. I was like a half mile off from a half marathon. And so, yeah, why I'm laughing at it is because the long runs right now are like 3 kilometers. So like just under 2 miles. And that's the long run. I also, though, however, okay, towards the end of the training for the half marathon, I was definitely done. So I found it really hard to get myself out. But I am finding that it's almost harder for me to get myself out for these training runs now than it was doing the longer lengths for the half. So I'm like, what is up with that? Why? This isn't cool. Just like I had a 9-minute run on Wednesday and I was like, oh, I don't even want to get out of the Jeep. Why? Not full on tantrum, but pretty damn close. Oh, right. I wasn't going to do these today. I'm not doing the drawstrings today. I just realized. No, okay. Because that is something that I can take outside when the kiddos are home tomorrow and I can iron them on the deck. I'm going to wrap up on the wristlets because they're practically done. But there are so many drawstring bags that we will do that tomorrow. Yes. So yeah, so that'll be the rundown. I will finish up these wristlets to get them ready to sew. And actually this works because a lot of these are darker, so they need black thread. Black thread is currently in the machine. Yeah. So I'll wrap on the wristlets, go for lunch, I'll shuffle the setup, and then when you see me next, I will be at the sewing machine. Yay! Ooh, I need to do a good restock on the bookmarks too here this soon. Doom, doom, doom. And then the question becomes, do I get a coffee with lunch? Yes, because I don't disrupt myself this afternoon. I don't need to. Although I was like, I'm going to take a break. And now my bladder's like, yes. Yes, you are. You need to take a break now. We're going to ignore it for a moment. It can wait. It can wait a moment. I'm not going to wait like hours, but we'll finish up this and then we'll attend to all the needs. Stomach, bladder. Oh, right, and I did want to pull out some of the crochet bags that were in, I need to pull out the crochet prints that are in this small box bag bin, and we should actually just pull the rest of the crochet print fabrics and make some stock from them because I'm going to a crochet retreat, so that would make sense. All right, turn this back over so that they're not going to like, because now these ones on the bottom aren't going to singe my fingers off. And we fold them in half. And then basically how I do it, just because I find this easier, is I fold it in here and down. And I flip it. And realistically, I could do both at the same time, but I'm not going to. No, actually. Doop, 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 doop. There we go. Open. Don't want to make it overly hot because, again, I don't want to singe my fingers off. So we're going to go in like this and there. Make sure it is lined up at least in the center there. Like this. And then I'm like, do I have a small ruler here? Okay, that's a little bit large. It's fine on that end. So I'm going to roll this in a bit better, and then mostly just because the hardware is only this a certain size, so I'm fine with it being a little bit warbly in the middle, but the ends I want to match with the hardware size. There we go, and now it just needs to be stitched. Okay, next. Looks like it's going to work out that this cat is actually going to be on the exterior of this, which is exciting. Just realized I could use this as a weight. And actually, that's going to give me a good idea of what the measurement is before I even do the top part. Yay, there we go. And then we can do our nice little tippy tap from here. Tip, 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 tap. And then do the other half here. This, because now it's already kind of like it's hinting at the fold already because of that. And then we'll do here, and we'll do this and just get it all nice and in. And that looks right. Maybe a little bit excess. Nope, we're good here, and we're good there. Sweet yum. I don't know why that's the sound effect for it, but that is actually going to look so good. Okay, let me get this folded like it's going to be on a wristlet, and you're going to have a cat like right on the cat eyes right on the top of the wristlet. Yay. Okay, 2 to go, or 2 down, few to go. Okay, fold it. Actually, press it. Hey, there we go. Okay, I gotcha. I see you. I'll actually throw this on top because that'll help weight it down. And that is the right width. Sweet. This has a little bit of excess interfacing on this side, but that's okay. It can just get folded into the middle like that. And then we'll just double check the ends. Good. Good. I'm going to flip it actually, and then we're going to press it from this side. Whee! And another one ready. Okay, so this side here with like the cupcakes and that one that I just did will be top stitched with white, the red cat, and this and most of these other ones are going to be top stitched with black. But basically what I'm doing is I'm going to make 2 piles, and we will work from those. Go, and then we're going to throw this in here. Now we're going to match. Match. Zip. And then we're going to fold it over like this. There we go. And then I'm going to go and I'm going to throw that under this other one because it's a little bit heavier fabric. And it could just use a little bit of convincing to stay down. Actually, what I should probably do is I'll throw my like longer quilt ruler on top of these, and then that will actually help weight it down while we're working on the other pieces, like that. Okay, open it up. Getting all the mineral crumbs from the iron on the quilting board. We have hard water here in Cochrane, and so it's like, obviously when you steam water, you're gonna have a lot of minerals fall out of the water and into the tank. So occasionally there's little like mineral rocks all over my ironing surface. Ooh, that one is very subtle, nice and classy. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Good, close enough. Whew, I am getting hungry. Okay, again, a little bit heavier fabric, but honestly, all of these could use a convincing to stay folded. So there we go. Quilt ruler convincing them to stay folded. Ding. Oh good, the little warble that ended up in that one is actually going to get put into the fold. That's good. That's nice. I like it. I'm going to throw this down on it so that it's convinces the fold to stay here, and then there's that, and then we're just gonna roll it. Yay! A lot of this can be accomplished by actual just finger pressing, but the thing is that the iron just helps set it so much better. Okay, it's a little bit wide, so you need to go in, and then you need to do this, right? And then you're good. You're within the limits. Like that. And then up here. And here. And then we're good. Alrighty, here we go. There we go. Press. Okay, and then that's going to go under the white stitching here. We'll start a new pile with the next set because that is enough on that pile. Fold and fold, and can I do it where we just fold? I can. Dramatic grasp. I really hope that like the auto CC picks up like and gives me a like does it actually provide closed captioning for like dramatic, like just even like gasp? Does it pick up on that sort of thing? Or would it not have said anything unless I actually said it out loud, I wonder. Obviously, I'm not actually watching my stream. I've got it running just so I can make sure that like the chat is running through and coming into my stream software. But now I'm curious if anyone's using CC, like closed captioning, if it like picks up on like gasp. Or if it doesn't, just let me know and then I will start verbalizing that I just like dramatically gasped, because I am perfectly fine doing that as well. I'm just super curious what the limitations are of YouTube closed captioning. So I'm pretty sure it does have, well, okay, I'm assuming it has closed captioning for live. I know that Zoom does, so I can't imagine that YouTube doesn't. Well, and if they don't, then what century are they in? Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more to iron, and then lunchtime. Got like half I don't even know it. I don't think that's Mario, but it's like half Mario, half unknown. I don't even know why I have Mario stuck in my head because we haven't played Mario for quite a long time. Our eldest right now is playing, they've got their first video game, so they're playing Princess Peach Showtime. And really, it's actually really cool to watch because, and I didn't think of this before, but like, doing a 3D environment is significantly different from doing like a 2D environment. And so I was like actually watching how they've been learning doing the 3D environment, and they are like killing it. I think, well, they're young, so they've got like the mental elasticity to do it, but it's also so good for like their hand-eye coordination and everything like that. And they've basically, so the first couple times my husband helped them play through the levels, and then they've actually been going back into the levels and replaying them and like acing them. It's been so cool to watch. And they're like, that little like accomplishment points for them too of like, I did it sort of thing has been so cute. They've been, so their preschool's amazing. They've got like speech therapy and occupational therapists and physio and everything like that come in and work with the kids in the preschool. It's part of the reason why we chose the preschool we did. And so like the eldest has been like, we knew they had a speech delay going into preschool. So that is something that they've been working on. And then they have been working on a lot of fine motor and gross motor skills and stuff like that. And like just the improvements in the last year have been freaking amazing. Like, yeah, they just got reassessed actually with the speech therapist yesterday. And it sounds like they'll probably still need speech support through next year. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. So such a massive improvement, but there are certain things that like could still use a lot of work. So, well, not a lot of work. I think they were like so worried that I was going to take offense last year at the whole like, your child has a moderate speech delay or moderate to serious. And I'm like, no, that is one of the main reasons that they're at this school. And if that's what you have to write to get them the like funding, then that is what you write. Like, not actually worried about it because I know they've got a speech delay and I want to work on it to get it less of a speech delay. So anyway, plus hype it up. I would prefer them to have the funding and not need it versus not having the funding and very much needing it. That's the other section of this. So, especially at this age that they're like preschool age and everything. And then their younger sibling is going to get assessed next week. I'm very curious about the younger sibling. They definitely, I think, have some motor skills that need work, and that's fine. But I don't know about the speech, if they really have a speech delay or not, so it's going to be interesting to see their assessment. Because at least compared to what our eldest was at, like the level our eldest was at this time last year, the youngest is significantly more advanced in their speech patterns, at least. But I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. It's also very interesting because it's like, we haven't raised you two any different, I don't think. So like, yeah, it's just wild to see the differences in children, especially because they are so close together. No, they're not twins, but they are 11 months apart. So it's not like they're far apart. So they didn't really get, and they don't really get very different parents, really, right? So, because there is definitely something to be said about a larger age gap in that you, like, every child is different, but you definitely learn a lot with the first. Whereas right now we're muddling through with both of them being so close together in age. Yeah. Okay. So there's all the wristlets ready to go. What else do we need? I need to dig out a piece of fabric for the interior of the tote bag we need to finish. And then I am putting a weekend check on the drawstring bags that I just cut everything for, because I will take them outside and we will or I will iron them outside while the kids are playing outside this weekend. I realized that was the plan. I shouldn't have even done the wristlets. I should have actually done the wristlets this weekend as well, but now we're here. So I am going to go upstairs, like I said, get lunch, do all of the things, and then I will come back downstairs and we will be at the sewing machine. I have, in case I ask anyone, I have unplugged the iron. The iron is unplugged. Just me saying it outside and showing it to you guys means that I will hopefully remember that I unplugged it later on, not have a panic attack about it. There must be someone outside that I can hear through my windows. I'm like, that sounds like it's coming through the monitor, but it's not. Anyway, I am not going to take a full gym break right now. I'll just go grab lunch, washroom, drinks, and then we'll go get to the sewing machine and actually get this rolling. So I'll see y'all in 15 minutes to half an hour. Be back later. All right, I am back. We're just making some adjustments to the whole setup right here just to get it so that we got a good view. And I need to plug in, well, no, we don't need the ring light. It's bright enough in here. We don't need to worry about that, especially once this light is on. Big thing that I gotta do is that this camera actually has to move down here. But the difference being that this is like a much larger cylinder to clamp around. So this has to be unscrewed significantly. But this gives us that nice side view of the thing. There we go. Okay. Now, do we want to go a little bit lower maybe tonight or today? Yeah, there we go. That's a nice good view of the whole situation. And then I can bring this up a little bit. Yeah, there's the view that I like. Sweet. Okay, so this is a whole new setup, so that's why I'm like, it's gonna take me a while to actually get this figured out. Hopefully I don't run into it. That's the only thing I could see. It's like, oh, it would help if I actually like took the arm all the way back in. There we go. Yeah, nice view of the Juki, blah, 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 blah. And you'll be able to see me working all my sewing magic, I guess. Okay, I also grabbed the black elastic because we'll wrap up on the last couple of, there we go. Ooh, and then I'll also move the face cam up a little bit. Okay. I grabbed the black elastic because we'll go in and do the black cake cozies that are here. Right now what we're going to do is we're going to go in and top stitch all those wristlets that I just ironed. Actually, sorry, I'm going to adjust this one more time. I want it a little bit more like down view, I guess. So this just needs to move up the actual pole a little bit. When I was going in and looking at reviews of this, it was like, you can get an app so that you can change the field of view. So like what I would do on the iPhone quite a bit. But the app that was suggested in the video that was posted 8 months ago is now no longer available, from what I can tell, on the Mac App Store. And I'm like, really? Come on. Come on. Okay, there we go. I think that's good. That's definitely a better view. Okay, sweet. Transition it down. Get out of studio mode so that I can actually see what is going on my screen. Okay, and then for some reason the chat's only going through multis. This is, my goodness. Whatever. Oh, and actually I am going to transfer the mic. 1 second. Okay, let's get back to it. All right, so this needs to be set to, I'm gonna put it at like a mostly top stitching length. That's the best description of that one. Yeah, anyway, and then these can actually be, oh, it would help if I actually turned my machine on. I need to figure out where to kind of mount my surge bar for all of this, because honestly, reaching down and behind the desk, it doesn't sound like it should be a big deal, and it really isn't, but it is super annoying to have to like contort myself to reach my surge bar right now. So I need to figure out where to kind of mount it so that I can just flip it on and off easier. Probably, I should get like a hanger for it off this, like in between these two desks or something like that. Now, I know I never did an actual studio tour before we did all these big changes, but just so you know, it has been a good move already. Previously, I was like really spread out within the basement. Now, like everything that I basically need is within my work triangle. And it's like now I don't have to cross the room to get the like the zip tabs and pull tabs because they're back here now and all of that sort of things. So, what is the line over the back of my camera? Oh, it's the USB cable. Okay, let's see. I'm like, not a big deal, but maybe we can make it look a little bit nicer. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Okay. And depending on what you're watching on, you're like, Katie, what are you talking about? The line on the face camera. That almost went sideways, literally. I love doing straight like this because it is one of the few times where I actually get to like even get close to how fast this machine can go. All right. Now, one of the tricks I learned for sewing straps is sew it in the same direction. So if you're going to end up with any stretch, at least the stretch is going the same way. That one did go off. All right. I'm just going to trim it down and we'll go back on. Why? No. It's like, I refuse. This is not the way of it. Okay, let's try this again. I'm just too close to the edge and apparently there's a blurb. It's probably where a piece of extra interfacing came in or something. But hey, there's no buckling of the straps. That's good. These are all very sturdy. I love it. Actually, I guess the way to get around this once you've got them ironed with the interfacing is I could have taken the seam roller in and actually seam rolled them rather than burning myself with the steam and then clipped them. But honestly, I do think that the iron is the fastest way to get these like sorted out. Okay, skip to there. So we'll go in and do the stitches there. And don't worry, all these extra little ends will be, I'll take a lighter to them after we're done. Also, this is not the construction side of this. This is actually the just match it up, match the other side line. So that's also why I'm just like, we're not going to pull it out. We'll just merge and keep sewing. I guess the one thing oh, that's why I didn't fit. Okay, so I found a couple in a box yesterday, within the last couple days even. And I was like, why didn't I put like the caps on these? But I think it was because I ran out of the snap hooks. So I'm just realizing I probably should, oh no, we ran out of bobbin thread. I should order some more snap hooks for them, so I can wrap these up for next week. Okay. All right. I am going to start that winding because then when I come back to do more block top stitching, which we will be doing fairly rapidly here, I have the thread already in the machine. Go back. Or I already have the bobbin wound because it's not like we're going to use much. Finishing off this wristlet. So I'll basically have 2 full bobbins. There we go. All right. Oh, so that's the first bobbin done now for June. We didn't sew a lot in May, so we only had 6 bobbins total. But as a curiosity, I'm more or less just keeping track of like what we go through. Oh, that puts it right. You know what? That is distracting. Maybe I'll put another like little box down here with the text for events. I'll do that in a little bit. I should do it now, but I'm not going to. Okay, we have now gone through 1 bobbin. Excellent. All right, so these will get trimmed down, and then I will show you the clippy clasps later. What's next? Oh, right, cake cozies. Pulled out the stuff, and then for this one, this was one of the experimental ones when I first started using the serger. And I was like, I can just serge this edge. I can't just serge the edge. So we're just gonna finish it this way. Get her done. That is not a construction length seam, but that's okay because it was serged and sewn. It's just that it was really loose, so you could see all the serge stitches, and so that's what I wanted to take care of. Now it is good to go. Okay, turn down to a construction length. I'm going to throw this, it's done. It's gonna go on the back. It'll go on the back desk. That's where done things will go. Is it where it should go? No, but I don't know where else to put it. I guess it could go on this desk over here, actually. That would probably be the better option. Or the mostly done's, right? So, okay. So what I do with these is we go in with our clips and now with the scrunchies I just knot them, but with the these guys they get sewn, and what I was just doing there is elastic does actually need to be stretched before you sew it, because what ends up happening is otherwise it like stretches in the thing and then it doesn't remain as tight. So I'm going to do that plus a little bit, because basically you want half. Oh shoot, this isn't going to work because I don't know where my pull tools are. Damn it. Okay, so what did I say I need? I needed snap hooks, and I'm going to need a new couple bodkins. Damn it. Okay. Oh right, these ones actually worked better with the with basically the crochet hook with a loop on the end, but I don't even know what, like so my kiddos destroyed one of the bodkins I was using that had like a bead thing on it that would that like you locked in with. And I don't know where either of them are right now, the destroyed one or the one that was like still okay. And now I'm like, where's the crochet hook? Damn it. Okay. Well, this is how, ow. If you're ever going through someone's workshop, like a garage, like workshop, wood workshop, sewing studio, knitting studio, just know this is why and how we end up with like a half dozen of the same tool. Because they just creep in because you misplace them, they get broken. And then you find them after you've like ordered the new one typically, or bought the new one. So, you know. Okay, so these ones, yes, I could still use a safety pin, but that is such a waste of time that we're just going to move on to, it's not a waste of time, but the tool that I can get is way more efficient. So we'll just get the new tool. All right, clips go over here. I'm going to swap out the thread to white, and we're going to top stitch the these guys, and then we'll go in and we will start the kato construction, because I think that's going to be the best use of our time this afternoon. Oh, I just realized my youngest got a hold of this yesterday and dropped my seat back down. Here we go. They love to play with things, and then I get back in. Oh, no, that didn't lock it. Okay, thanks. Oh, man. No wonder. There we go. Better. Okay, what am I doing? I'm doing something. I need to put white thread on, but I also need the other thread from down there. How'd that get done? Children. It's like under my sewing desk. I don't need it until I need to wind bobbins, so we'll just use the other one for now. It's fine. And both my white bobbins are full as well, so I'm not too worried about it right away anyway. Probably should actually pull my feed dog plate off and clean under there, but that is a task for another day. It's probably going to be terrifying. Okay. Thread the machine. Like that. And then through and under and through. And thread that eye. And the hook and the hook and the needle. Okay. Thread holder here. Ugh. So much fluff. There we go. There. It's not even new Mario music that's stuck in my head. It's like older Mario music. I don't get it. Smells like someone's painting, like house painting. All right. Back up to the semi-construction length. We'll get these top stitched. There we go. Ooh, this one is thick. All right. Thick boy. Nice and sturdy though, so you know. I just realized that the ASMR streams are going to be a lot easier this year because I have freed up my phone by getting this webcam, which means that I can listen to audiobooks way easier this year. That's exciting. There will probably hit a point in like July, right as I'm in crunch time, where it's like, I don't want to work. But if I listen to an audiobook, it'll be better. One more. There we go. So there is the wristlets mostly done. Because they're chain pieced, I will trim them apart later, and then we will go in and install the actual key fob hardware. I'll probably do it off camera, except for maybe one. I'll show one on camera maybe or something. I don't know. Okay, now we go into. I have a massive box behind me here, which you can't see because it's off camera. Actually, I wonder if I crank this down a little bit, if you can see it. Nope, my water bottle's in the way anyway, so it doesn't matter. Let's move that out of the way. I don't know why it's sitting there. Anyway, we've got a Jonah box full of Kato here that could be finished. But instead, we're going to go in and actually sew interiors together. interiors and exteriors, which I just realized means that I am going to need a lot more leather handles. But I did find the pre-cut leather stash when I was tidying up, so there's that. Okay. There we go. And for some reason, one of these grime guards keeps insisting on jumping into the frickin' scrap can. It's not the garbage can, it's the scrap can. Because, you know, I can't just chill. Alright, so let's pull all of this out. Here's a nice little box of D-rings and all of that, because now what we gotta do is we gotta go in and take our bag. This one. See? Nice highlighter pink floral, dark charcoal background, black base, and we're going to go in and we're going to find its D-ring and D-ring tabs. I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's just chilling. So we're going to do black with black, because why not? Black with black. Super easy. I love how I said, oh yeah, it's totally time to go sit at the sewing machine and sew. And now I'm like, oh, right, we got to clip things. Ha ha ha, funny joke. Damn it. This is a hack that one of my viewers gave me of like, hey, if you put tape on your measuring device, tape measure, this isn't a tape measure, it's a ruler. You can like just pop it on that edge every single time you want to put something on, and then you don't have to like change it, like squint down at it and everything like that. So here we are, much more efficient from suggestions. I appreciate it. All right, well, there's one done already. We are going to go through and we will clip everything because I will behave myself, kind of. And it is so much easier to just chain piece these if they're all clipped together. So we'll do that, which means that we'll shuffle this around. I totally tried to just clip my finger, and now my finger is going to be sore. Shimmy. I had a very illustrious bologna sandwich for lunch. So I am well fueled for the rest of the afternoon, which is good. Now, where should I put these? I am going to stack on the floor. They're going to go right beside my seat here. That seems like the best way to do it. I'm seeing some bronze D-rings floating around down here, and I feel like bronze with black, if I have the webbing, is going, oh, maybe not. I feel like black with bronze was the colorway that I decided on for the like sloths with lemons. That feels right. It looks really good. So even if it's not, that's what we're going to do. I'm going to pilfer this webbing right here. Probably belongs to another bag, but whatever. And that's what we'll work with. I actually ordered more clips the other day because I'm like, where the hell have all my clips gone? I know a lot of them are in there, but it's like, I had like 400 clips, and I definitely have significantly fewer than that these days. And the drawstring bags are going to take a lot of clips, because basically it's like iron, clip, iron, clip, iron, clip. That's fine, but it's just like, I don't have enough clips. I don't think I have enough clips to do all of the bags that I was like planning to do. So they should be here today. Not like they're super expensive. I've also definitely broken quite a few. I know the kids have gotten a hold of some of them, so who knows where they've squirreled them away and all that awesome stuff. So okay, now what we're doing is I'm just matching up the canvas line here so that that is like the straight line for this bag, basically. Is it accurate? Maybe not, but it will look very strange if it's off. So, and what I mean by accurate is it accurate to the rest of the bag, basically. All right. trains. Oh, look at that. That is spectacular. This is going to be an amazing bag. I'm going to actually tilt you down here a little bit more just so you've got a better view of the desk. Since we're not sewing, we're clipping right now. There. Can't see everything obviously, but you can see the majority of it. Now, the addition of D-rings is a modification that I made based on a suggestion from a friend, actually. Yeah. I started making these bags and she was like, you should put a D-ring on it because I'm sure there's going to be lots of people who want to use it as a crossbody bag. And lo and behold, there's been a few. I feel like it's supposed to be gold because of the gold shimmer on these. But it's definitely not supposed to be a navy webbing. So let's see if I've got the other ones here. Let's just pull out all of these. Could also make it beige or bronze. No, the bronze doesn't work. But we are going to just swap these because I'm sure whatever was blue with gold probably more likely be able to do black, whereas this will look the best with gold. Shimmy shake. I'm out of D-rings right now besides like matte black and rainbow, so that's part of why that's shimmy right now. So yeah, I know I was said for months I need to order more, but well, since April basically, as I was pairing all these up, and I just have not taken the money to do it yet. But there are a few supplies that need to be ordered, and I'm just like watching the supply bills like tick up without even spending the money yet. And I'm like, ooh, we're gonna push it out as far as we can. The big one that we need right now is more lining fabric. Lining fabric, and I think I was looking at the interfacing bolt and I'm like, ooh, I'm gonna need to get another interfacing bolt probably this summer already. Again, these are all cat problems. It's not like it's like end of the world stuff. And in fact, it's quite good problems to have in some ways. So in the grand scheme of things, oh no, the business has been doing well this year. But yeah, managing the supply side of it is never fun, really. So, okay, now this one this one has its D-rings right here. Now these ones, because we already know what they're going to match with, actually, we should take them out of the pile just so they're not messing up the desk right now. So let's do that. The snips are like, and now I'm out. See ya. Wouldn't wanna be ya. Yeah, I know. Okay, clip that. Clip this. What else did we do? We've already done the sloths. If the sloths are here, they should be. Yep, sloths are here. So for anyone new joining, I am Katie. This is the Atelier Nekazuki live stream, and what I'm live streaming is I'm making bags and accessories from Japanese fabrics that I purchase in Japan, mainly Kyoto and Tokyo. Actually, specifically Kyoto and Tokyo the last couple trips. I have hit up like a couple of the chain stores when I've been in other locations in Japan, but I haven't been in other locations in Japan long enough on the last couple trips to do that. So like the first trip back that I had after Japan reopened their borders was like 4.5 days on the ground. That's it. I was in and I was out. And then I went with a friend in May last year. And so we kind of did the greatest hits of the greatest hits tour of like Kyoto mostly. We did do a few days in Tokyo mostly because I wanted to go to Tomato, which is the fabric shop there, and like hit up the like general like Harajuku. Did we go to Harajuku? Yeah, we did, but we went there actually mostly for Meiji Jingu, Shibuya Crossing, like the highlights. Again, like it was like top 10 greatest hits of the greatest hits, I guess. Top 10 greatest hits. And then we did most of our time down in Kyoto. So that was not a trip. Yeah, I have the other place that I have purchased fabric outside of Kyoto and Tokyo. I used to buy it in Osaka. Osaka had a really cool shop. It was a pneumatic tube shop. And so you would like walk around on the floor, and what I would do is I'd choose my fabrics, and then I'd flag down the salesperson, and then the salesperson would take clippings of the fabric and put like clippings on a sales sheet for you and clippings on a sales sheet for them, and then it was actually sent up the pneumatic tube to the cutting floor, and then when it was ready, it dropped down behind the cashier. So that was really cool, but they closed in early 2020, and a friend that lives there said that like they'd been around since they were a kid. So I have a feeling it was just like they just decided they were done, basically. Really sad though, because I missed that shop. Anyway, and then I have previously purchased fabric in Hiroshima as well when I went with my niece, like 2017, I think it was. Yeah, 2017 or 2018. 2018. So, because I ended up at like the chain Yuzuwaya, which is a craft store chain in Japan, a la Michael's, but like half the size. And mostly focused on, like when I think about it, they're like half fabric, half yarn store. So. And then the other two that I hit up, I have full videos of them on the YouTube channel. So there's one in for Tomato in Tokyo, and then there's one for Nomura Taylor in Kyoto as well. And then it's looking like the next trip was originally jelly plans of November, but the main reason I actually need to go is I need to go get more of those cat charms. So I think, look, and what ended up happening is she messaged me and she's like, so she doesn't have time. She's gotten so busy. This is amazing. I love it. She's gotten so busy that she can't fulfill any more orders until the spring. So I'm SOL on trip this year, but I'll get my order in and then I'll go June or July next year. Solo trip, which I adore actually. And then we're going to do a family trip in February of 26. I don't know. We're going to try for February because of the Kyoto Marathon, which I want to run. And Dallas wants to run the Osaka Marathon, which is a week later. So we're going to try for both. As far as I can tell, Kyoto is first come, first serve. So I think I should be able to get in. And then Osaka has 700 slots for overseas residents. So if they overfill that category, then they go to a lottery system. From what I can tell, it isn't a big deal. Tokyo is still a big deal because it's like a World Majors marathon, so that's why it's so hard to get into it. But Osaka is really cool because they actually start and end on the castle grounds. So that's really neat. And then Kyoto is really cool because you run through Kyoto and you end at Heian Jingu, which is like my favorite shrine. It's the one that's got like the absolutely massive torii over the road. Absolutely spectacular gardens as well. It's actually I think that is my favorite gardens in Japan so far. Anyway, and if neither of us gets into that, we are going in 26 and we got to go before May because, oh, there we go. That's what this one is for. The bronze was for this one, I think. And the navy is definitely for this. Or is it, because, yeah, okay. And then the fans here were in black with the rainbow color. There we go. And then a lot of these ones are black with black. Okay, good. Good. Okay, so that one's already matched up. We just matched up the black fans. Okay. The highlighter pink neon floral storm will be, we're going to do black with black for this one. So yeah, but I want to get everyone over in 26. A, Dallas will have been out of Japan longer than I was, and B, I don't want to have to pay for Shinkansen tickets for the kids if I don't have to, and both our kids will still be free at that point, if they're lap sitting. And if we decide once we get there that no, we need to actually purchase tickets, not a big deal. I don't think we're actually going to end up doing a JR pass anyway, mostly because it's just really expensive now. They've put the price up a significant amount. And whatever, right? You gotta, yeah, cost increases have to go up. But it was like a significant jump very rapidly. And it's at the point now where it's like, unless I'm using this every day for a Shinkansen trip, basically, it is not worth it for us. So if you're going to Japan and you are looking, like weighing those costs and trying to decide if a JR pass is like what you want to do, what I suggest is actually going on Google Maps and mapping out all of your different trips. And Google Maps should give you a fare. Now, the one issue is that Google Maps does typically show those costs for the Nozomi, which is something that you can upgrade with the JR pass, but typically you're going to be riding on but yeah, it's an upgrade cost to the pass on top of the cost that you've already paid. So I would suggest that you make sure that you look for like anything under the Nozomi. So like a Kodama, which is the slowest Shinkansen, mostly because it stops more often. What is it? A Kodama, the Hikaru, the Sakura. As long as it doesn't say Mizuho or Nozomi, you can use it. There we go. That's the best way to describe it. Yeah. That's the other thing is it's like if you would, even if they had like brought in the price increase, but like included the Nozomi, it would have actually made the pass more worth it again, but they didn't. Oh, I think this one needs rainbow. Okay, so there's the tabs for it. And then we're gonna put the black tabs with the navy blue here with this. And then I am missing black tabs for the hedgehogs, and I need to run up to the washroom. So we're gonna go do that, and I will be back in a couple minutes with the extra webbing tabs for these as well. All right, sorry about that. Apparently I agreed with the bologna sandwich, but my stomach did not. Anyway, always fun. So we're down to the last few here. Yeah, the bronze definitely looks better there. So actually I'm gonna swap them out to this nice shiny gunmetal for this one. And then we've got everything paired up and I can just keep going with the clipping. Whee! Rather than having to dig through everything constantly. Ugh, okay. That needs to go on there. There we go. And then we can pop them in here. And then the hedgies are going to get black with this gunmetal as well. By the way, I was just looking at my numbers. I am 1 subscriber away from 500, and now I'm like, yeah, super exciting. Love it. So, you know, if you want to subscribe, I would appreciate it because I've been like hovering around 500 for the past couple of months. All right, and then that's going to be this nice rainbow kind of iridescent color for the snow globe carousel horses. Okay, there we go. Now they're all with the drawstrings for the bags that they're going to match up with, so we'll pop them all over here like this. We're good to go. Okay, and hopefully that's the only time I have to run up for the washroom today, this afternoon. Well, that's a good argument to like stick close to home for my workout. So maybe what I'll do is treadmill and yoga, because I did notice a really big difference actually. So I was technically in taper for the half marathon in May, but instead of doing a proper taper, I did a 30-day challenge with my spin and yoga studio. So yeah, but I did notice that the yoga really loosened up. I've had a really tight like right hip / pelvic floor since kids, or at least I've noticed it being tight since kids. That doesn't mean that it wasn't tight before. There's a difference. And I really noticed that the yoga took the tension out of that right front, like hip flexor and hip, which also makes sense that that is one of the areas that I'm tight anyway with the running and all of that. So that is something I do need to add back in. So maybe I won't go to the gym, but I'll go for a run on the treadmill and do some yoga tonight. My favorite at-home yoga is Yoga with Adriene. If you're looking for an at-home to participate in, she does really nice challenges in January. So she does like 30 days of yoga in January, which actually I just realized. I'm actually taking an off season this year, which means I'll have January off from running, and I was going to do a bunch of like cross training and stuff like that. So that would probably be a good one to cross train with, and then after that I'll be going back to actually doing run training. I think it's like end of January or something like that is the start for half marathon training again. So the current schedule, because of course this is what you're here to listen about, but realistically I'm clipping stuff into bags. There's not much to talk about right now. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the current plan is that I'll go in and we're going to do, so I've got a race in September in Canmore. Well, I've got a race in July, so in a couple months I've got a 10K. And then the run in Canmore is a half marathon. And then I have a 10-mile races, I guess, because realistically I'm running to train for them, basically. Yeah, and then I've got a 10-miler at the end of September, and then that's the end of my run season, which, because I am very much a fair weather runner. Training for the Dopey Challenge for Disney this year on the treadmill was boring. So boring. So I'm super glad I'm not doing that this year. It also is good because it means that I do get to take a break. So yeah, so the end of September, I will keep running just to kind of keep some muscle memory, I guess, because realistically, just stopping running and then picking it back up is like would be really tough. But in the in-between time between September and end of January, whatever it ends up being, I'm going to like really focus on cross training, so strength training, swimming, spin, yoga, all of that stuff. And like also a calorie cut. Calorie deficit to lose some weight as well, because that'll make me, hopefully, I don't want to malnourish, but losing some weight is going to help my joints and everything while I'm running. So hopefully, that's the theory. Who knows? All right. I really do love this fabric. So it's like a blue-black. It's a black background with a blue tone onto it. And then the little like unicorn carousel horses in the snow globes. It's just like so whimsical. It's amazing. Love it. There's a pink version of it as well. But the black is like, they both have their like different kind of merits for sure. Go. Okay. Should have counted how many of these I had left to pin or clip, but I don't think it's too many more. Okay, let's see. Where did this one go? Oh no. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. Also, so rundown for events this summer. I have the crochet retreat happening in Northeast Calgary this weekend. Info for that is actually easiest to find on my Instagram because I tagged the people that are organizing it and they've got all the info on posters. I'll also be sharing the poster information to my Instagram here in the next few days. Well, probably tomorrow because it's a week out. And then in July is the Stampede breakfast with Ancient Arts Yarns. That's that July 13th one. That is open to the public and I think it's 10 to 4. That feels right. Don't quote me on it though. Again, that information is on the Ancient Arts Yarns Instagram as well, and I will be posting that one too. And if I actually look at it before the stream, I will update the information at the bottom of the screen, which would be smart of me, but I'm not there right now. Not at the smart level, not on Instagram, looking at the timing right now. All the things. And then what else? There is things and things. I just realized that I know that I was supposed to order 2 things for products from this week. And now I've forgotten what one of them is. It was like I needed to order some more snap hooks for the wristlets. But what was the other thing? Damn it. Like, now I don't remember. Oh well. Yeah, and then August is going to be Omatsuri, which I will be there on August 10th on the Saturday and only the Saturday because the night market does not work for me right now. And then Knit City, it will be on the 16th and 17th and 18th of August. So it's like 2 months out and I don't know when that happened. And then I am working on some fall options as well. I will be at Shindig, which I think is October 19th. That rings a bell. I don't have a drawstring for this one. Okay, so that's got to go back to the cutting studio. Yeah, so Shindig, whatever date it is, and then hopefully some other stuff. I'm going to throw my application in for Butterdome, which is a big Christmas show in Edmonton. Oh. I literally had the drawstrings. Oh my goodness, Katie. My brain is apparently tired. I had just pulled the drawstring out and set aside the frickin' D-ring tabs. So let's get this one pinned because I'm apparently getting distracted. squirreled. Yeah, anyway, I'm applying for Butterdome in Edmonton. I know I am past the wait, or the time when they usually just open up the wait list, but you never know. I'll put my application in and we'll see where it goes. It is expensive though. Although I just realized it's also like a 4-day event, so I guess that makes sense, or a 3-day event. But like, it's gonna cost about the same as me sponsoring Knit City. So it's like, okay. I know they have a larger draw. They've been around for like, I think 35, 40 years or something like that too, but still, yeah. Although it did give me, Dallas and I, like a push. Dallas and me? Yeah, Dallas and me a push to like get the studio set up, because it's like, we need a photo of you working in your studio. And I'm like, I don't have a photo of me working in my studio. And the studio is not in any way, shape, or form ready for me to be photographed in. So now it is. But at the time, it was not. That's okay. It needed to be done. And now it's actually decently tidy. And it will probably not be decently tidy for the next couple months. That's fine. There's still details to like tune up and stuff like that, but it is at a point where I will be comfortable actually giving a studio tour after this retreat. Maybe that's what I'll film on Monday after the retreat or something. We'll see. I don't know. There we go. All right, just a handful more to clip. Ooh, that's a nice breeze. Cut the windows open because it is gorgeous outside. Gorgeous. Should have made myself another coffee while I was upstairs. Although I did kind of just chug my last one, so I don't really need another coffee right now. This one's really nice because the texture on it, it's that Dobby, so the warp and weft of it is really like, it's slubby. And so it adds a nice like hand to the actual fabric. Wow, okay. Maybe I need to go for a nap more than anything. That might actually end up being what happens, is a nap. Up. Over here. Zoop-a-doop. So what was it? It was snap hooks for the wristlets and something else. Now I can't remember what it was. Oh well. If it's important, well, it was important, but if it's important enough, I will remember. Maybe, hopefully. What I should do is I should go put it in my cart and then order it after I'm off stream. Or just order it while I'm on stream. It's not like you can see my Face ID. I do have new colors of the cat paw scissors coming in today, so they will be A, restocked, and B, I will have new colors available as well, which is exciting. Oh man. Okay, I totally got distracted because I opened up Facebook, but Noma Taylor is always like promoting local businesses around them. And it's like, so they post like these food photos on Facebook consistently. And it's always like, man, I want to go, it's time to go back to Kyoto for this stuff. They also post new like fabric photos and things like that too. And it's like, ah, stop teasing me. Okay, I need snap hooks. Snap hooks. Sorry, I don't normally do this on stream, but I am going to actually forget to do it if I don't just at least add them to cart right now. Okay, that's all I need to do. There was something else, like I said, but I don't remember what it was. Ba, 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 ba. Doo, 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 doo. Okay. Okay, just about there. And then so what we do is I will sew all these exterior pieces together, and then we'll go in and we're going to sew all the interior pieces together and wedge everything and get it all nice and like settled. And then I will go in and smash them together basically. So hopefully I will have a lot more kato ready for the crochet retreat. Actually, where'd the stack of, oh, the stack of cake cozies are still in the cutting studio. Okay, so that's the other thing I need to get into, and they need to go through the serger and then the machine. So all's well though. Okay, there we go. Going to clip it here. Now I'm going to clip it here. Done. I don't have very many left, which is good because I just want to be sewing. Isn't it true though, for any craft that you do, that it's like the prep work is always the part that takes the most time? It's like actually sewing the bags doesn't take much time, but it's all the prep work of cutting and interfacing and then like doing all this. And I understand this is at production quantities too, so if I was sitting down and just doing one, not as big a deal, right? But it's the fact that I'm also going in and like we're not through all of them yet, but like we sat down and I cut like freaking 109 bags in March to sew over the next few months. Well, okay, I was delusional. I thought that I could actually get I did get the large box bags done, but I thought that I would also at least get the kato done before Dawson, and that did not happen. Delusional, I tell ya. But we got a good number done. Actually, no, we didn't. Or I didn't. I think I got like 20 done. So we're still actually dealing with the first section of those. I've got a crap ton prepped and ready in this cutting studio, or at least like set aside to be made into kato. And basically what they're waiting for right now is they're all the back cuts is what I call them of the large box bags, because I figured out that I could make kato from my large box bag cuts. And so they're all chilling in there just waiting for me to like actually trim them down into the proper kato measurements, because there's still work to do with the exterior after I've cut it down into the large box bag size. So that's the next step for them. And the small box bags that were prepped are all waiting for lining and interfacing. Lining is an issue right now because I don't have the stock in stock. But I did find a stash of it in the bin, so I think we'll be able to get a good chunk of them done without having to worry about supplies. Although that does mean that I should be ordering, after this retreat, I need to order more supplies, because then I'll have interior fabrics for bags for Knit City. And then buckle up, because this summer is just going to be a lot of live streams of just sewing and sewing and sewing and sewing and sewing and sewing. Try to kind of like catch up and get ahead before Knit City and Omatsuri and all of that. So I do need to go in and order lining, I guess, because we do need to restock on eyeglass cases and a bunch of other like smaller products that have been popular recently as well. So, yay. Like I said, cat problems. The business is doing well. It's just, like I said, the supply bills are always like, no. Yeah, and then tomorrow is Saturday, so the kids aren't in school, but that's why I set aside the drawstring bags, so I'll prep those while they play outside probably, and then I'm going to do some knitting because that has been very restorative recently. And then Sunday's Father's Day, so there's actually a secondhand market in, like, secondhand Japanese market happening at the Nikkei Center in Calgary. Someone said they had some kimono that they would be happy to pass on to me. So I'm going to go check that out. And then I think we have dinner. I have dinner with the kids at my in-laws that night, I think. So as long as we are all in a good mood for that, as long as the kids aren't complete hooligans. Although if they could go be complete hooligans with my in-laws, that would be good. And a break for me. And then Monday we'll be working on these kato again because we are not going to be finishing them over the next couple days. Or like this afternoon basically is when I would need to be progressing them. We will, or like close to finishing them. So we will be progressing them this afternoon and tonight. And then, yeah. The other big thing that I need to work on is doing the yeah, I don't know anymore. Doesn't really matter. Okay, there we go. Ooh, we also need to make some more crossbody straps for these guys because I am low on certain colors. And now that I think of it, I'm pretty sure I had a request for one back at like Shindig. So I probably should sew that up. Okay, great. Hey, but the wristlets are basically done, so that's a win. They just need their hardware and then we'll be actually done. I don't need Mario stuck in my head. My goodness. No more Mario. No more Mario. At least for now. Okay. And like I said, it's very specifically like old school, like NES Mario. Specifically the castle music. It's like, damn it. Or like Bowser music, I guess. I don't know. No, not Bowser music. It's the like very specifically the like that second level of World 1, so World 1-2 or whatever, with the whole like underground level. That's what's stuck in my head. I don't even know why. Like I said, we haven't played Mario recently, and we definitely have not played NES Mario for a really long time. It's just what's in my brain, apparently. Today's earworm is lucky you, Mario. It's nothing against Mario. I'm just like, why? It's so random. All right, we're almost done clipping these together. I don't want to buy Aeroplan points right now. Thank you. Ding ding. Good. I really like the background color on these hedgies because it's like a dusty rose. It's spectacular. All right, last one, I think. Yeah, because this one needs the whole thing done. So we're going to ignore that one for now. Okay, this and one more clip, and then we're good to go. Good to go. Oh yeah, and then this one's questionable as well. I don't know why. What happened to that one that I need to do? Basically, it's a different sakura pattern. A Dobby sakura, and I'm just like, why are you in here? Because I know that I set aside the exterior, but I don't know where the exterior is. And yeah, I've got like, but I don't have a lining. It's weird. I don't know what's up. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding. If you're new here and you haven't heard the rundown yet, I make bags and accessories from Japanese fabrics that I hand select in Tokyo and Kyoto. And right now I am ramping up for a crochet retreat next week, and then for basically the whole summer of madness. Not as bad as April was, because April was 3 shows almost right back to back, but not far off. Especially because Omatsuri, which is the Japanese festival, is the week before Knit City, which is my biggest niche market weekend. So I'm just like, all right, buckle in. Maybe I need to recruit my mother-in-law to help me like turn stuff or something like that. I don't know. I am going to bribe one of my friends out over the summer to be like, hey, you should come out and we can open a tiny bottle of wine. I promise. It's like, it's an eensy weensy little like bottle, maybe that tall total. And it's like actually some of the best wine that I've ever had. But it was just like, I bought it because the bottles were so freaking adorable. Sorry, that was really loud. Okay. We are on a construction length. I need to move you guys up just a tick so that you can actually see the sewing machine again. Because we are ready. Is that copyrighted? We're ready to rumble. Oh, we're not quite ready to rumble. Oh, damn it. My seam ripper and stiletto is in the, Okay, well, we're going to use the awl then. Because really, they're practically the same thing. Okay. Ding, ding, and off we go. So basically now we're just going to work in reverse and of what we just like clipped. And how we chain piece this is now I just shove it under here. Yeah, for Omatsuri I probably should focus and like Knit City. So definitely for Omatsuri I'm going to focus in on those mini traveler slings because I think those are going to be popular. And then I also want to get in and do some of the cat head pouches. That feels like something else. And I also potentially have a cat festival market coming up in September. So that obviously would be right up that alley too. And like, how on brand to have a cat head pouch, right? So, okay, I'm gonna put the drawstrings back there again in the bin. And then clips are gonna get thrown down here. And next, hedgies. Ooh, and I want to clear, one of the things I need to clear up is I need to actually go in and make some more of the pouches slash makeup, like notebooks as well, because I have a bunch of appliques that have never seen the light of day, and it would help clear up stock that's just like it's not doing anything right now. So just sitting around. May as well get them actually out the door as well. Okay. Yeah, it really is the prep work that takes the time. It's not like it's taking long to stitch these, even in quantity. I don't get it. Well, I do. I understand, but still. It's like having to do the gauge swatch for knitting or crochet or whatever. It's like, I just want to start the project. But you also know that if you don't put in the time for prep work, it's very likely that you'll end up having to do more after prep, or like rip stuff out and things like that. So it's like, it's such a catch-22 situation. So annoying. I'm annoyed. It's like, what do you mean I have to do prep work? I just want to sew. Should actually train Dallas on how to like cut, because I think he would actually be more precise than I am as well, so it might actually improve the cuts of like fabric and things like that. I don't know, but I also get it. He doesn't really want to work on his days off, which I cannot blame him. I just realized with the nice like breeze coming in and everything like that, something that would be really nice on our patio eventually is like a hammock. One of those hammocks on a stand that you can move around. That'd probably be amazing. Not something I want back there while the kids are still toddlers. I think that is a fair line to draw. But like when they're into their like double digits or something like that, so like 5 years down the road, that would be kind of cool. 5, 6 years, I guess. Still 6 years away. Not that close. Oh right, we need to start the bobbin count, because now we're actually sewing. I've already gone through one black bobbin so far in this prep time. So let's see how many more we go through, I guess. Because we're definitely going to come up on the end of this white bobbin here pretty rapidly, probably. So. And if you're like, Katie, why are you backstitching so much? I do typically backstitch over seam lines. And then I'm also backstitching over the webbing, because if you're putting this on as a crossbody bag, you definitely want your webbing well set into the bag. And yes, I did trim off the chain piece because it was pulling on the bag too much. So there's a bunch of exteriors behind the machine right now. And that's fine. And then the stiletto is basically just acting as a third hand, so I don't have to stick my fingers underneath it, and basically I'm using it to kind of convince it that the needle really does want to go over that webbing. Like really, really, it should go over that webbing. Because sometimes things just need a little bit of extra help. And I don't want to get my finger sacrificed to the sewing machine, so. These bags don't need it much though. It's more in the case of like, definitely over the webbing sometimes, not very often. And like the wallets really benefit from having the stiletto around typically, so. Basically what I'm using it for on these is to just press that webbing down so it's a little bit more compressed as I'm actually sewing over it, so that it stays together, and like, especially once the clip comes off, blah, 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 blah. Words and words and words and words. There's so many words. That is going to need a good trim down. All right. Before I sew it together here, or before I wedge it, I guess, maybe. Yeah, whatever, it'll be fine. It'll all be fine. By the way, if you do have any questions, please do not hesitate to put them in the chat. I don't mind monologuing, but if there's something that's like, oh my goodness, I need to know this, I am happy to have my monologue like directed. So. Yeah, Dahlia's enjoying this right now too. Because we did the whole reorg. Actually, their cat tree ended up being able to stay in the same spot pretty much. But like, it's actually tucked away in the corner a little bit better now too, and so I think she feels a little bit more protected. Not like the kids are around right now anyway, but she looks super cozy right now. She's like all like head down, buried into the blanket, sort of like curled up. So, oh, except she apparently heard me talking about her, maybe. All right. Yeah, good. Everything seems to be coming through for the chat. That looks like it's crooked. There we go, fixed. Okay. Yeah, my stomach is definitely on the revolt, which I don't get because the kids haven't been sick, so. Excuse me. Okay. That tells me it is time for some water and maybe even my snacky snacks. Crochet hook bodkin. Crochet hook bodkin. Crochet hook bodkin. It was important. I did remember. I just like looked over and I'm like, I saw the elastic. So it's like a crochet hook, or maybe just a hook bodkin. No. And like I said, I know I can use safety pins. There's nothing wrong with using safety pins if that is what works for you or like all you can afford, blah, 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 blah. There's multiple factors in this. But I do just know for myself that having this like bodkin is so much better. Although now I cannot find it. It's like all the little tweezer ones. And it's like, no. I think that might actually be because that is what a bodkin is. But that's not what I want. Bodkin, bodkin, bodkin. How did I find it last time? Wonder if I search my last order of elastic. Okay, nope. It might have even been like advertised as a loop point turner or something like that. I'm not sure. Point turner. Okay, loop bodkin maybe might get me closer. Anyway, so it's like it's a really long thing. It's got a loop on the end, and then it's got a crochet hook or almost more of like a latch hook. And they've got a bunch here, but it's like, I don't need everything that's in the pack. That's the issue. I wonder if I bought it from someone else. I'm 100% looking on Amazon right now. So that might be it, is that I actually ended up getting it from like, aha, there's a 4-piece set, which sounds insane. 4-piece sewing loop turner hook. Okay, let's try that. Don't need. Okay, I'm gonna favorite it. Sorry, I don't normally do this on loop turning hook on like stream, but I do actually need them. There it is. And this one has a long and a short version. Don't really need the short version. That looks like the best in between set. Okay. Doom, doom, doom. Okay, there we go. Done for now. Got it. I'm glad I remembered that because I would have gone to like do elastic tomorrow or something like that and been very disappointed. Because that is actually something that I can still do with kids around too, typically. Means that I should probably go in and actually serge all of the stuff tonight and tomorrow, and then I can pull or serge and hem, and then I can pull elastic over the next couple days and have them ready to go just like wrap up sewing on Monday. That sounds like an excellent plan. Part of it is I know that the organizer for this event has already like called dibs on a bunch of cake cozies, so I'm going to need to restock. And also I know specifically that they were also looking for more for themselves, so it's like, okay, I need to restock the cake cozies before the event. So okay, now that exciting shopping experience is over, we can continue on here. And I'm sure as soon as I order them, I will find, I should actually take one look in a bin that's sitting up there, and it might be there. Although it would be a weird one for me to like have in there because it's not something that I can like finish on the drive anywhere. So like when we're driving to shows, typically I've got stuff like I need to finish drawstrings. But like elastic would be something that I would have to finish before I left because I can't, like it still would have to have a sewing step in there somewhere. Now I do carry it along when I'm like going on a drive that isn't to a show, but I don't feel like I've done that recently either. So I don't know, I don't know where they could have gone, to be honest. It's a mystery, and these aren't ones that the kids could have broken either, so Who knows? It doesn't really matter. Having spares is never a bad idea. For obvious reasons. Oh yeah, I could put check the mail. Nope, we ran out of bobbin thread. All right. Surprise! No, not surprise. Okay, so I gotta reach underneath and grab the other spool from the floor. I don't know how it ended up there, but I am going to say it was probably children again, or cats. Our rule of thumb in this household now is if it's not the kids, it's typically the cats. So, although it is placed so nicely, I do suspect the children of this mischief. Alright, so there's the new bobbin in, and then I do think we are done with this spool of black thread because I don't think there's anything really here. Yeah, so this is what's left on this spool. So, actually there's enough to do one of something, so we'll wind it back on. And if you're like, Katie, that's such a minuscule amount. Yes, it is. But it's a little bit too much to throw out. So, whatever. All right, let's see. Okay, good. A little bit awkward, but not super awkward to get. Hey. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, there we go. Bobbin thread on and on the bobbin. Throw this back underneath. At least we're like pretty much at the start of the stitching instead of the end of the stitching, so that's kind of nice. Bobbin is winding. There we go. Turn and sew this direction. And then I'll get these ready, and then you'll get to listen to me moan about having to put these together. Oh, putting like, so it's called a drop-in lining, and putting drop-in linings is still, it was the bane of my existence when I started, because I did want to make this style of bag when I originally started sewing, but I did not have the skills to like do it to the quality that I wanted to be at. So I set it aside, and it took me 10 years to come back to it because I finally also found a pattern that I wanted to do. Because here's the thing is 10 years ago there was also a lot of people doing this pattern. So it's like, okay. Eek. But yeah, doing drop-in linings, I still don't really like them. It's like you're making two bags at once. Or you have to basically have to make two bags to make one bag. Because you make the interior and the exterior, and then you smash them together. And then on top of that, it's like, yeah, it's definitely a different sewing experience. There we go. I love the result. This is one of those places, though, where I am definitely a product sewist, and it shows because I just want the end thing. Although I'm definitely also like a product knitter too. So like, I like knitting. I do not dislike the knitting process. If I did, I wouldn't be doing it, right? However, I very much am doing it to get the end goal. And sewing is very much like that for me too, so. I just realized I also promised that I'd make a little dress this weekend. Maybe. We might do that. I don't know. We'll see how Sunday goes, I think. Actually, wait, I'm all like, yeah, we'll totally go outside and do like a bunch of stuff outside, and the kids can play in the backyard, and I can stay on the patio and like iron. And then I just realized I think that it's supposed to be crummy weather all weekend. Ugh. Not terrible, but it's supposed to be raining all weekend, which... Let's actually see what it says. Maybe it's not too bad. Okay, cloudy up until about 1 tomorrow at least. That's how far the forecast is in advance. Obviously, that can always change in this area. But, you know, I guess we'll see. Alrighty, another one. I think we're down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, it looks like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sweet. I'll take it. This has gone, all things considered, knock on wood, very smoothly so far today. So, yay! I will sound cynical, but I bet you anything, though, that the rest of this will not go so smoothly later. That's usually how it goes. Alright, there we go. And then through here, like this. Excellent. Why? Oh, you jerk. Why do you do this to me? Why would you do this to me? For some reason it pulled out of the needle. And the bobbin's still running fine. Okay. Get out of here then. Turn that end. Put it in the thread catcher. Yeah, so the focus I think for Ancient Arts will be getting the remainder of the kato prepped and finished, and then starting to work on small box bags. And then for Omatsuri, it'll be, well, and then also focusing on some like mini traveler slings. I've also had a request for a larger cake cozy for like DK weight and worsted weight cakes. So I think that's going to be the next, well, okay, I'm prototyping it right now. I'm going to get it to my test person this weekend, the person who requested it, in fact. It was Caroline. She wants larger cake cozies, so I'm going to sew that. Actually, we can sew that up while I'm sitting here in a moment. And then that is an extremely crooked D-ring. Okay, good. And when I say extreme, it was like, yeah, so that'll be if I can get them tested, well, even if they're not out for Knit City. I've got lots for Knit City. Well, yeah, I've got lots of things to work on for Knit City. I need to get some more scrunchies together. So yeah, Omatsuri kind of being just in front of Knit City is a little bit of a, it's going to be a bit hectic for August, but it's still good. What was I talking about earlier that I should do? It was like stuff like I need to get some cat head pouches done and some coasters done actually from scraps. And I still have a plan for some of the like weirder scraps that just kind of have to be like laid out and can't really be stitched down, and that was little like cat ornaments. So that should be the other thing I work on. Yeah. The only issue with them is I kind of want to cheat it and cut it with the Cricut, but I can't do it. I tried, and it was like, because the ends of a lot of them are like only partially tacked down by interfacing, it's like, you know, it has made me wonder if I should actually get like the next upgrade of Cricut, because the next upgrade of Cricut doesn't need you to like interface your fabric before you cut it out because it's got a rotary cutter now. And I'm like, do I need it though? No, but it's not like I couldn't sell the current one and then get like a Maker 3 or something like that. If I'd known what I know now when I bought, or like, yeah, I bought. Sorry, I was thinking it's like secondhand, so you didn't buy it, but I totally bought it. Anyway, when I was researching for it, I should have gone with the Maker versus the Explorer because of the rotary cutter, but I also hadn't really clued into the fact of how much fabric the Cricut can cut and how much I would actually, like, I bought it originally to do like paper tags for like, so you could put them in like a knitting journal and stuff like that. I still really want to do that. It's just hasn't been quite in the cards yet. Blah, blah, blah. Where am I actually going with this? Oh, but I've ended up, instead of using it for paper crafts, I've actually ended up using it mostly for fabric. So I'm like, if I'd known what I know now, I would have gotten the Maker because of the rotary cutter blade versus the, like, blade, the Cricut blades. So I guess that might be the next, actually, since I found out that technically I can't use, or I'm not supposed to use a strap cutter on like the weight of leather that I have, that I use regularly, what was the other thing? And I'm not buying an action camera this year. Mostly because it's like, I'm not going to be able to use it in Japan anyway for this year, so I don't need it. And maybe I should look at buying an upgraded Cricut instead. The other thing that then it could cut is I could make it cut my leather tags as well, so that they were a little bit more, what would you call it? They're a little bit more, they match more than they do right now. They do match right now, but it's more nerve-wracking right now. That's basically what happens. Way more nerve-wracking. Okay, this is not quite matched up here. Okay, I'm going to finish these, and then we're going to stitch that cake cozy that I was talking about. I'm going to eat my snack. And then we'll go in and we will do the interiors for these. And then we'll go in and we'll do the wedging for these. And then we'll match them up with leather. And then we'll smash them together. And that rhymed. Oh, the smashing together will mostly be like, it won't start till tonight probably, or even Monday maybe, or tomorrow night. Basically the schedule right now will be that I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then I also will be streaming in the evenings, especially on the days where I'm not streaming in the afternoon. So like this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, I'm pretty sure I'll be streaming. Sunday is an if, maybe, kind of. Just depending on what my energy levels are after family visits and stuff like that. So and then my half marathon training program starts, I think, on the 17th or something like that. So we'll have to see what kind of insanity that does. It shouldn't be too bad given that the bridging program has been like insanely short runs. I can't foresee actually having a ton of really long runs. Well, it will towards the end, but I don't foresee it having anything too intense. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. It's a new training program versus what it's more of like a virtual coach than what I've used in the past. So that's why I'm like, I don't know what's gonna happen. I'll do what it's like telling me to do, I guess, is the best description. So all right, those are all of that. This is all matched up from last night. A crap ton of interiors. There's a crap ton of exteriors done now. We have a bunch more still to prep in the sewing studio. So like I said, that'll be the focus between the retreat and Stampede market, the pancake breakfast market, along with some of the travelers and the other thing, luggage handle things, blah, blah, blah. Ooh, I'm going to need to water our grass. Although if it rains tomorrow, I don't want to do that. If I water it now, though, it'll soak better into the ground. And it hasn't had well, no, it had rain this week. Never mind. It had a massive storm. Okay, let's do this cake cozy. At least the top and bottom. So this is the cake cozy that I'm thinking will fit the larger sizes. I'm hoping. It's not too much longer, but it is definitely taller. And I think that because Caroline was saying that it's really hard to squish it in. And looking at it, it looks like a sausage casing in height. So yeah, it's actually significantly taller. Now granted, this would be about here because it's got a fairly generous hem, but it is quite a bit taller than the current iteration. So we'll see what happens. Worth a test out. So yeah, so this, and then I will have my snack, and then we'll get back into the interiors of the thingamabobbers. Could I measure this? Yes. Am I? No. Although I do like it when the ends match, obviously, because that does look a little bit less sloppy. So that looks about right. Good. I've also found a few grime guards that were hiding that I could finish as well. But I'm not going to worry too much about them because, yes. By the way, if you are a cross stitch or embroidery person, I do have grime guards for your hoops and Q-snap frames and all of that. So you know. All right, there we go. And then we'll fold over this edge. And then we have to wait for the bodkin tomorrow to pull elastics. There we go. Alrighty, there we go. So yeah, that definitely dropped height, and then basically they'll get sewn together like this once we're at that stage. If you throw elastic in there, oh yeah, I think that's gonna work quite well. Okay, sweet. All right, snack time. I will be right back. I am going to put this on to pause while I chow down. All right, we are back in business. I got my clips came in, so we can add those into the bin here. All right, y'all. Oh, there's tape. Oh no, there's tape on both sides. Brr. Why does it need to be taped down if it's... Whatever. Those are the same size. Ooh, they stink. Okay. Smell like new plastic. Gross. Oh well. Okay. Tape. Oh, it's one piece of tape still. Why does it need to be taped? I don't get it. There we go. All right, we're restocked on clips for now. And then they did mess up the order, but these I've only got 3 of the new colors of the cats. I had ordered 2 sets, but apparently they're like, well, request denied. But they're super cute, very different. And then it says, it is actually in Japanese. It's something about love. Love. I'm gonna have to or at least the second kanji is like love. It's like love the same thing or something. Anyway, very similar to the other pair of sets, but like obviously a little bit more whimsical with the sunset kind of gradient. And then they all came in these cases though, and I'm like, I don't need the case. So if you come to the retreat or anywhere else, or like you're online right now and you're like, hey, I could really use these cases, please let me know, because I do not need all of the cases. It's actually a point against them for ordering from the same supplier next time, because it's like I don't need that sort of case every single time I order these, because they're going to get resold in like individual sets usually, or individual pairs of scissors, not the set of 3 or the set of 4. Wonder how I'm supposed to deal with the fact that I only got 1 set though and I ordered 2. I still have the same total because I ordered 12 sets, but I wonder what I'm supposed to do. Oh well. Something I can deal with later. It really doesn't matter. Let's get to sewing some interiors instead. Whee! Because, you know, that's what you're here for, is to actually watch me sew and listen to the very loud sounds of my sewing machine. I don't even know how many. Again, I should have counted this before I actually was like, yeah, let's do this, and figured out how many we actually need to go through. But you know what? These aren't going to take quite nearly as much fussing as the exterior, so it shouldn't take us, and like, or at least fussing for the D-ring webbing and everything like that. So it really didn't take us long to sew the exteriors, so who knows, we'll see. If you're just coming in and wondering what is this woman doing as she's talking to herself, I make project bags and accessories from hand-selected Japanese fabrics. I'm extremely close, like 2 subscribers away from 500. So if you're enjoying what you hear and see, please consider subscribing. Working my way to that elusive for me, 1,000 subscribers. So I'll get there, slowly but surely. I've had 2 windows open in the studio, and I actually closed one because it was like the one right beside my kiddos' desks, and so it was like blowing the papers around on their desks everywhere, and I'm like, I don't feel like picking that up. So we are going to like close the window, because like little pieces of construction paper and stuff like that. So I did go upstairs to pick up the packages, and our neighbors on the one side have just had a baby, and the cat is like, you very rarely see their cat, but currently the cat is like pressed up against their so basically when you enter the house, there's windows right beside the door, basically. And we have windows that face each other. And so this cat's like pressed right up against the door window. So not in the door, but beside the door window, I guess. Kitty corner door window. And I can't tell if it's because it's like, this is like the safe spot from the baby. Because the baby's not that old. It's not like they're trying to get the cat. Or if it's because it's the sunbeam, because I've never seen it against this window. Could also be that I've just never been there at that exact time, but it's kind of funny. It's wearing a little bow tie. It's like, oh, that's adorable. Dahlia's down here enjoying her cat tree with heating pad. And I think Flynn's actually in the cutting studio right now. So not to worry, our quality control inspectors are still around and hanging out here too. I think they like the kids being at school as much as I do, because it means that they do get a break from it. Dahlia cannot, well, she doesn't like, she's not bad around the kids. She'll not come into the room when the kids are in the room. But she skedaddles as soon as they make any kind of move towards her, usually. So, no big surprise. Honestly, it's better than an actual negative reaction. So, and Flynn is getting to the point where he tolerates the kiddos, as long as they're not like too rough with him, obviously. And fairly enough, our youngest can get pretty rough, and it's like, so there's been a lot of discussions about how we treat our cat. Especially when he's like being more rough than needs be. Okay, I just realized that we got to make sure that we have a 2-pocket and a 3-pocket side. So I'm hoping now that all of these were the right way. Damn it. I know the blue were for sure. That's a 1-pocket and a... It started right at the very beginning, practically. Damn it. Okay. Okay. Are the blues right? The blues are right. And the white with blue and the beige with blue are both correct. So we're going to clip them and put them in the bin, right? In the bin, yeah. Because all the exteriors are in the bin right now. And then we're going to take this one. And then so it's because this one was a 2-pocket and a 3-pocket. Okay. And that's when I clued in that this might be something we need to pay attention to. Damn it, I'm gonna have to seam rip this. And I don't have my seam ripper here. It's in this cutting studio. Why did I have it in the cutting studio? I don't even remember. I was definitely seam ripping something, but I don't know what the hell it was that it needed to go in there. Okay, that one's fine. Okay, so I'm going to say that it's just this one so far because there's like 2 back to back there. And do I have other seam rippers? 100%. Do I know where they are right now? It doesn't seem like it. Oh, there's a baby one. There's a baby seam ripper. It's not the best one, but it does mean I don't need to go into this cutting studio, so that's okay. Okay, and then you are set up correctly. And it looks like it's just you two that causes this nonsense. Okay. Now, please don't mess up. Just seam rip nicely, please. You could also just make 1 bag with 4 pockets and 1 bag with 6 pockets, but that doesn't feel right. All right, that's the other thing I can do tomorrow with the kiddos is the drawstring bags. There is that, I don't know if it's a joke because it's too true, of like one of a sewist's best friends is the seam ripper, and it is too relatable. It's like, damn it. Ooh, this one is like dull. Okay, I wonder if it'll work this direction. And if it doesn't, then I gotta go get the other one. No, it is done and dusted, it feels like. Okay. Let's test it out in a couple areas. It will still do it, but yeah, it's not pleased about doing it. Okay. Well then. I guess it might end up going into the pin bin, discard pin bin as well. Oh, look at that. Yeah, no, it's not happy. Okay. Oh, and it's broken too anyway. Okay, is the other one down in here, or do I have to get up? Nope, I gotta get up. Oh, will it fit? Oh, it does, barely. Look at that. I told you, as soon as I ordered it, I would find it. I can still cancel it. Yep, that's what we're gonna do. I still need the keychain things, but I will cancel the other piece of it. Because I don't need to pay for more if I have it right here. Okay. Doom da doom doom doom. Doom da doom doom doom. Doom da doom doom doom. Just that section of it. Cancellation reason. Other. Well, that was lucky. Still getting the swivel hooks tomorrow. Good. Ridiculous. Okay. Yeah, there's supposed to be 10 of the normal color, or the colors I had before, and 2 of the other ones. Weird. Okay, whatever. It was just a stocking error probably. What am I getting? I gotta go get my seam ripper so that we can actually pick this out so that I can put the other pockets on. 1 second. All right, I'm back. I just realized I can actually show you how that crochet hook works better right now, because anything to avoid actually unpicking seams for a moment. Feels just a stupid mistake, which is like super annoying. So we'll just ignore it for a moment. I know that that's not going to get me ahead, but I will pick it out and we'll just fix it right away, because otherwise they'll go into timeout, and that's also really defeats the purpose. So anyway, so got this nice long cake cozy, and this is why I love this, is because I can shove it in, and this is why I don't like using the safety pins anymore, because it's like look at that. Then I hook the elastic onto it like this. I close the latch, I pull it through like this, and then I clip it here, like this, and then I just pull it through, and then it gets clipped on this side too, and like that, it's all done. So if you are a person who does a lot of elastic pulling, like installation on any sort of thing, this is the way to go. Just like, look at that. It's just so smooth and easy. And like, I find it's better than the ones that do lock down on the, like the loop ones that have the bead. that locks down, because here's the thing is that those typically come apart on me, whereas this, like, you've got a couple barriers. So you've got the hook, the latch hook part of it that closes, and it's also hooked on the elastic. So that's really hard to dislodge this elastic from the loop turner. Not that it doesn't happen. I'm never going to say that it doesn't happen on occasion, but like it is a lot damn harder to do than a lot of the other methods. Heck, even off a frickin' safety pin sometimes. So yeah, there we go. And they're already pulled through. And then I just make sure, and then we'll sew them together on the opposite side, and then I trim down the elastic. This one could use a little bit of convincing that it actually wants to be poking out here. There. Like that. That's a good spot for it. So there we go. Pulled through. And in an effort to just get these, actually no, now I will actually go in and seam rip. Anyway, but I did cancel the other order for the ones that would have been extra now. So that's also good, because it's like I don't need 4 of them, because they were only selling them in packs of 3 or more. So I don't need that many. Just really need 1. Although I for sure have 2, and I don't know where the second one is right now either. So it's probably, I think it is in a bin up on top of the shelf over there. So this is like the fine-tuning stuff that'll happen in this studio reorganization, but it's not going to happen till the fall, which is basically going through the shit. The basement and my studio does tend to be the catch place for a lot of stuff, because it goes downstairs, and then both Dallas and I are bad about out of sight. Well, no, I try not to be, but Dallas is very much out of sight, out of mind. And so we still have boxes that we packed 7, 8, 9 years ago now that need to be gone through. We did do a pretty good declutter before we moved to this house, but it's like, it needs to be done again. Because it was also like, it was basically declutter as much as possible in as short a time as possible. So if there's any doubt about anything, it just got packed, essentially. And now it's time to reckon with some of the stuff that came with us. And it's just like, we don't need it. Dallas thinks we should just like go, basically it's like, if it's in a box and we haven't touched it in 2 years, we don't need it. But I'm like, yes, but the issue is that like, and I agree with that principle. But it's like, the issue is that they got doom boxed. And so we need to go through things to just assess and make sure, sort of thing. I don't want to just wholesale throw or donate boxes. But that's going to be a winter project mostly, because it's like, that is something that needs quite a bit of mental energy and time. And I don't want to waste my summertime doing doom boxes when I could be doing, well, sewing or something outside. There we go. Okay, let's see if I can actually get this seam ripper rolling down the side here. This, I really like the stiletto on this, but honestly the seam ripper on it kind of sucks. I'm like, not gonna lie. And I really like the handle on it and everything, but maybe, I wonder actually, yeah, like it's not seam ripping at all, and it should not require any pressure to get through these seams. Where is the other one? Because I have a little cheaper blue one from Michael's, and it honestly is the best one I've had in years. So let's see, maybe it's like, it might have got hidden, aha! Yeah, it got hidden in with all the pens when I moved the pegboard around. There we go. And then I will try and maybe find a replacement for that one, because it doesn't do its job. And when you need a seam ripper, you just need a seam ripper to do its job. Although this one's being cranky about this too, so what the heck is going on today? One time I actually am like, I'm not going to time out this. I'm going to be good and actually seam rip it and fix it. This is why stuff, when I'm doing like actual show prep, I know I'm in show prep right now, but like when it's just like head down, get the thing effing sewn, and like that's what you're doing. That is the job. This is why stuff goes into timeout, because this takes a lot of time. Oh my goodness, criminy. Okay, there we go. It's fine with it along here. I wonder if I need to rip behind the pockets. If like the extra pocket bulk or something like that is impacting it. Let's see here. Let's see. We'll find out. Ding, ding, ding. Okay. There we go. Okay, so that at least is done. That was not the side I started on. The wind. The wind. Okay. It's just like, how do I even like grip this to get it hold properly without also damaging the pockets? Okay, there we go. It's a little bit less cranky now. Okay, good, 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 good. Okay, well at least it's still better than that first one I pulled out when I was like, oh my goodness. But it's not much better. It's also better than the stiletto, the dual stiletto thing though too. Okay, there we go. Now the next side. And then we can go in and we can sew some pockets. I jinxed myself. I said this was going super smooth. And now it's like, not that this is like a major tangle up, but it's not smooth right now. Okay, there we go. Do 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 do. Mario can get out of my head. I would love it if Mario got out of my head. Well, that worked a little bit better by running it down the interior of the pocket for some reason. Okay, it makes sense that it gets a little bit cranky around the bottom of the pockets because I do backstitch them. Still. And everything's like, ow, nice and tight. So that makes sense too, but come on. Just seam rip easy, please. Let's get it picked out. Let's get it picked out. Seam ripping time. Seam ripping time. And if this wasn't show prep season, this would probably be where I'd be like, and I'm done. For the day, at least. But it's show prep season, baby. Oh, that actually, yeah. There we go. Okay, good enough. Now I gotta do this side. And then we'll go and we'll put them with the ones they're supposed to be with. And then we'll hopefully just be able to sew the interiors. Please, 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 please. Please just let me sew the interiors. Oh, there we go. Okay, good. There, and then a little bit further up. It's like you're supposed to turn the red ball down so that you don't tear the fabric, and then the fabric's like, haha. You thought you could trick us. Okay. Done. I'm gonna put the seam ripper into the tool bin that's right beside, or tool stationary thing that's right here. Okay, 1 pocket, 2 pockets. This is what we want. It needs to have 5 pockets. So well, yeah, so it's like 1, 2, and 1, 2, 3 pockets. So versus the other one, which would have had like 4 pockets because it had 2 sets of 2, basically. Ugh. Ah. I forgot about that last night when I was like pairing everything up, trying to get myself ready for today, but I forgot that little detail. That isn't so little. Alright, turn, stitch, and across. And then we're going to go up. Okay. 2 pockets, 3 pockets, and go. Line everything up again. Line everything up again. Seriously though, is it nap time yet? Also, so I did find out that with Japan, you are now no longer allowed to actually live stream. Don't blame them, they've been having issues with dickwad influencers, but and that is the kind term for them, it really is. But anyway, so what I will be doing when I am eventually there, so like I was planning to like live stream Toji, which is not going to happen now. I will take video while I'm there though, and then I'm thinking maybe I will live stream on like, because I'm leaning towards still staying in Hirokatashi. I haven't completely decided that. It's going to depend on like hotel prices next year. But even if I don't, maybe I'll make a trip out to Hirokatashi, because there are benefits to staying in Hirokatashi. The hotel is super cheap. Like, I think even if the exchange rate was at par or below par with the yen right now, I think it's something like $80 a night or something like that. So like cheap. That's like hostel for 2 levels in Japan. And traveling by myself, I want the added security of a hotel, or at least perceived security of a hotel, to be honest. But yeah, if I stay there, then I think what I'll do is I'll probably live stream the walk up to like Kansai Gaidai or something like that. And if I don't, I will definitely be doing a lot of recording. And I always appreciate any kind of feedback on what you would like to see while I'm there as well. As best as I can accommodate on the trip length that I would be doing. So obviously when we go with the family, I'll be able to do more, just simply because we'll be there like longer. So two and 3. Excellent. Okay, what time is it? Oh, it's only 2:30. Awesome. That means I've got quite a bit more time to do this in. So we'll definitely wrap on at least getting the interiors and exteriors sewn, because after this I have to go in and wedge all the wedge edges, which is fine. And then after that, it's a lot of clipping. So much clipping. So maybe... Also, I'm totally cheating the pattern. You are technically supposed to leave a turning opening on the bottom me sew the two interior pieces together at the bottom, but I do not do that. I leave a wedge open instead, because that's how I'm used to sewing my box bags and my wedge bags and all of that. So it's also just second nature to leave a corner. Well, okay, it's closer to second nature. That's what I've got the most practice with. Blah, 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 blah. All these words and so little content. I leave a corner open basically because I find that also easier to actually turn the bag through without damaging the bag. So that's where I was getting to. Okay, I just realized I need to message someone about a bag they were looking for. Although I need to look at my shelves just to make sure I don't have more of the fabric first, I guess. Okay, I don't need that right now because we're not doing webbing. And we don't need you right now because I'm not seam ripping. We don't need you right now because I'm not measuring anything. Don't fall down there though because you'll disappear into the abyss. And we actually don't need the seam roller right now either. Sorry, I'm just like, wait, I can like tidy up this section of the sewing table significantly and fairly quickly as well and just make things a little bit smoother for me. Also, that was the second white bobbin for the month. So actually I'm impressed. That I'm both impressed and not that we've gone through that much, just kind of today. More or less. I guess I did a few things the last couple days. The mini travelers do actually take quite a bit of thread, it seems like, so. They turned out so cute though, and I'm extremely excited to actually sew some more of them and see how they all come out, so. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Okay. Oh, actually, this is going pretty good. Because now I'm out of the white confetti, and now we're into the beige with confetti. Pockets. Like that. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, 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 doom. Okay. Sorry, I just realized the stories have stopped, but the brain is tired. We've hit to the stage with the toddlers now that it's like, mama or daddy or whoever's in the room, watch this, watch this. It's adorable, and also a lot of the time at the absolute worst time that it could happen. Like, I'm making dinner or trying to get them like ready and out the door for school or something like that. It's like, I absolutely 100% adore it, but the timing could be improved. It's not like I want to squash that either, because like I want them to show me stuff when they are like thinking that's super cool and things, because it is super cool. It's just when I have my back to them because I'm at the stove, it's a little bit hard to engage it. Or it'll be like the two of them and they'll both be like, hey, watch this. And one will be trying to do one thing and one will be trying to do another thing. So it's like, okay, you got to take turns. So I can't watch you both unless you're doing it in the exact same spot. And that doesn't work. Oh. Ooh, a lot of those are already sewn. Oh, we've only got like 3 more to like do the side seams on. 1, 2. Hey, I'll take it. It's good news. And because there's no more behind. Excellent. I'll take it. What are you trying to tell me to do now? Oh, I got tagged. Okay. Yeah, it does feel like today is a nap day, because if I go take like a half-hour nap before I go and pick up the kids, then it's a situation of like, that gives me like a couple more hours tonight to work, actually, mentally and physically. So I think that's probably the best choice of action of choice, whatever it would be. Ding. Good. Off we go. Last one. Sweet. And then we gotta go in and take apart all of the chain piecing, and then we go in and we finish the wedges. So we'll work from the top to the bottom with that as well. So I think, yeah, that'll be the next thing that I do is we'll do the wedges, and then I'll reassess where we're at. And then actually probably what we'll do is I'll go in and I will match up leather with these ones, because none of these ones that we've done the exteriors for today have leather matched with them yet. I'm pretty sure I've got enough cut for now. It's just, yeah, getting handles matched with bags. There we go. All right. Now this side of these are super simple because, like, again, as I mentioned, I leave one of these edges open for turning, for like the turn seam, birthing canal. Because, you know, that's such a good birthing the bag. Nowhere near as painful, but yeah, the turning seam sounds much better. And basically what I'm going to do is I am just going to clip all of these from their chain piecing, because it's less time consuming to do these in batches than it is to do them individually, as per most things. And then actually I'll trim the bases here as well, so that we're good. And then we can just run these all underneath the machine. Ready? And then it also comes back down to, we need to match these up with the bags that I think that they were supposed to go with originally. Yay! Our favorite game. I've done really good about keeping these matched right up until the end, and now it's like, okay, just get them put together. I don't care. All right, and then those are all set for, they just need to have their wedges done. These guys need to be trimmed up and apart. There we go, like this. Chain, chain. So the reason that I chain piece these is because it does take less thread. It's also more efficient to just do this. Batch making is typically more efficient than like individually making. Once you figure out the steps that you can kind of bat assembly line on, especially, it's like just such a good brain scratch when you can just tick along, do your thing, and be done. So in the case of these, because I've been making them for the past couple of years, I definitely have to tweak how I move them from the cutting studio to the sewing side, because it's just like, that is where the biggest issues lay for keeping all the moving parts together, basically. It's like, well, this bag, I think one of the things that would help is if I just bit the bullet and only did white linings, and I'm really leaning towards that, of only purchasing white fabric. And then the only thing that would change is the pockets, because I would like the pockets to kind of match the, or like, yeah, they need to be high contrast, but also kind of in the theme of the exterior fabric. And by the theme, I mean it can be color based. It could be like all the cat ones this time have paw print, pockets, like that sort of thing. Okay, I already cut the front one of that one, so that's good. But I am leaning heavily towards just doing white fabric for the linings, because I'm like, you know what? Well, in part that reduces my costs, because if I'm able to bump up into the next bracket for my wholesaler, I end up getting a better price. And typically I do order approximately the same amount from my previous wholesaler. So it's like, okay, well, that would be useful. It's not like an insane amount. It's like 50 cents. But when you extrapolate that over like Actually, that's quite a big difference when you extrapolate it even over like 10 meters. It's actually a massive savings. So there's that. I think that's the main thing. Yeah, and then just do different pockets. I think that's the way we're going. In part because this new like supplier doesn't have a beige that I like. So. And why I want to condense down to one supplier is that they have the canvas I use. They have a lot of like pocket bolts or fabric for pockets on bolts that like are at a very good price, and they also carry the canvas that I use for the base of like the kato and the tote bags, which we're also reducing down to black just so there isn't any decision fatigue here. And that does also remove one of the moving parts for this as well, is that I don't have to keep a canvas matched up with an exterior when I have canvas and charcoal, and I'm like, which one should I use? And she's like, no, black. So I think that's something else we'll do. So if I did just the black canvas and I do just white fabric, I think those are 2 steps in a good direction, to be honest. Okay, we're getting there. These are going smooth at least, and then we'll have to go through and clip all of the exteriors. And then on the exteriors, we have to do the wedges individually because I make sure that the seams nest together and that they nest together in the same direction on both sides, so that you don't have like one side this way and one side this way and then a twist in the middle of the bag to accommodate that, or in the middle of the seam to accommodate that. Sweet, we're almost there. Oh, I know what I need to do. I'm like, okay, so the benefit to this is that I am able to still get notifications from my phone. But the drawback to this is that I'm still able to get notifications from my phone because we've replaced the phone with an actual camera now. But what I can do is I can put it into focus and just allow the apps that I want to come through, because I don't need all my Instagram notifications while I'm streaming. Hi, cat. Oh, your little nails are sharp. And your paws are very warm. Hi, how are you? Are you gonna be a pest? Probably. Hey, as she like tries to chew on my freaking mic cable. All right, let's get the thread off of you. Yes, we know you're the star of the show. Are you gonna go lay in the clip bin? Because I don't think that would be very comfortable, but I'm not a cat, so I don't know. Hey, don't eat plastic. The saying in the house now is totally like, if it's not the kids, it's the cats. Because seriously, if it's not the kids, it's the cats. Hi. Yeah. Come on down. That's right in front of the sewing machine. And not everyone wants to see a cat butt. Even if it is a cute cat butt. Hi, baby girl. So apparently Dahlia is on quality control inspection, at least in the sewing studio today. Flynn is laying in the cutting studio right now. When I went into for the seam ripper, he was in there like, hi, why are you coming in here? It's my spot, mine. Yay, we're almost through the interiors. Yay. Okay. Yeah, interiors, exteriors, and then we'll do leather matching at least. And then a nap. Because then I will be more present with kiddos. Actually, if I have a nap, if I leave myself enough time, I can have a nap and figure out what we're doing for dinner. Then once they go to bed, I'll go do my super quick run, and then I'll come back downstairs and we will carry on our merry way with smashing these together. Okay, so now that we're in between interiors and exteriors, I am going to set this up because I do not want to keep getting buzzed. Okay. Focus, work on settings. Allow repeated calls, allow calls from allowed people only. Yeah, but if they call twice, then it'll come through. And then I want to add the kids school app. Easy Kids Parent app. There we go. Sweet. Now the only things that'll come through are like Dallas, and the preschool. That's it, because I do not need continual Instagram notifications. All right, so we've got that. Or like texts from Michael's being, this is the lowest price of the season, even though you just said that like 2 days ago about different products. Or like a month ago, this is the lowest price of the season. It's not a different season yet. When it's like the exact same deals as it was 2 weeks ago or whenever they last messaged that. It's like consistently like for beads, like this is the lowest price of the season. And it's like you said that like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks ago. So which one was true? I can't complain too much. Michael's is one of the few like general crafting stores that's like anywhere close to being by. Dahlia, stop chewing plastic. Because like the bead store that I really like is like an 1.25 hour drive for me, and I'm like, all right, special occasions only. Or if I'm down in the area, although I'm never down in that area, so it's mostly just that is what I'm going there for. So Michael's usually still works out the best. I have found bead stores in Kyoto though, and I'm super excited to go check them out when I'm there next. And actually, so that I forgot that was part of why I was thinking of still staying in here at Katashi, is because honestly, the Keihan line goes directly to pretty much everywhere I need to go when I'm in Kyoto for the next trip. So Noma Taylor, I think it's like a half-hour ride from the airport on the train. Dahlia. Because basically you take the monorail to the Keihan line and then you take Keihan to Hirokatashi. Dude, still not chew plastic. And then the Keihan also runs up to a station that's like ridiculously close to Nomura Taylor. So I'm leaning towards that one. Dallas really wants to go and stay there when we go with the kids. And I have said I'm a little bit hesitant about that one because it does add like 45 minutes onto anything we're going to go do as a family at minimum. So I'm like, that might not be a good choice, but we can see where the kids are kind of at like next year as well. And then see, because they might also just be super excited about doing trains in Japan. They're always super excited about doing trains in like Calgary, so, or at least when we did ride on it. When do we, oh yeah, we did Stampede on it. So there's that too. Dahlia, stop. I know it's loose and you can chew it. Doesn't mean you need to. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Not like she understands. It's like too many words. There we go. Oh my goodness, cat. Stop. I love you too. But seriously. Okay, last two to clip apart. Ooh, to clip apart. And then wedge sewing with for the exteriors. She was in the box on top of the last one, and I'm like, no, get out of here. And she's all like, Murr, I am offended. Okay, here we go. Clip, 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 clip. Dahlia, you're as bad as the kids some days. It's not the cats, it's the kids. It's not the kids, it's the cats. It does really make me miss Remy though once in a while, because it's like, man, he would have adored this house. Because like with the walkout basement and the big yard and just, yeah. He liked our old house, but yeah, I think he would have, just like us, enjoyed this one even more. These cats, well, both Dahlia and Flynn also enjoy it, but it's like, again, Remy was definitely that soul cat, so it's like, oh, poor buddy. Okay, get the exteriors stitched, match it up with leather, and then I can go have a nap. And then we can come in and I can do more work, hopefully with a fresher brain tonight. Or just as much work as I did last night, but with a fresher brain. I will also be drinking a coffee with dinner, which will also help. Ooh, maybe the kids would love probably some ice cream. So I could do an affogato sort of thing. That would be delicious. I guess I could actually just do one side and then, yeah, that's right. Do one side and then clip them all and then go down the other side too. There we go. Let's do that. Zoom. This cranes one is turning out amazing. I adore it. Although realistically, I actually adore all the Kato, in part because it was such a coup for me to finally be able to make it, and in part because it was like they just seem to all turn out spectacular. Like even fabrics where I'm like, I could take it or leave it. Like it's not my favorite, but it's not terrible. Someone will love it. That's the thing, right? Like even the fabrics I don't love, someone will love. But like even them that I'm like, not for me, but for someone else. I've like done a Kato and I've been like, what? So nice. So nice. Doom, 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 doom. We're not going to sing the doom song. Just threatened to, apparently. So again, because we've got two intersecting seams, I cross stitch. I back stitch over them to reinforce it a little bit. Just, I don't know. I don't think I need to, but just in case, it's not going to hurt to have some extra stitches at a corner point of two seams. So if you see me doing a lot of back stitching, that's why. Although sometimes it can be hard to tell, really. So. Still haven't gone through and actually counted how many there are. I think there's probably 25 in this stage right now. I do know for Dawson, I basically did that cutoff point and then added a couple. And I was like, okay, we're done. This is what needs or what can get done before Dawson Creek. And I barely even got that done. Good thing I called it in the cutting studio for the prep of these bags, and it was like, yep, now we go do the other things, like the actual sewing. And I do know that I was saying that there's going to be a shop update. I have obviously failed spectacularly at that, so now I will do a shop update for the beginning of July. I might regret saying that, but that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this crochet retreat on June 22nd. And then we're going to go through and we are going to photograph everything new. And then we're going to go in and I will do a shop update with what is left over from April and May and now June. And then we'll sit down and we'll continue sewing for Knit City because I am absolutely terrified. What Knit City might do. It's like not in a bad way. I'm like in a good way. It's like I have yet to sell it at a show. I really hope I don't sell it because it does kind of reflect poorly on the maker. But like Calgary has been wanting a new like big show like this for so long, at least from everyone that I keep hearing. And it's like it's going to attract a lot of the people that would like to go out to Knit City. But like me, unless I was vending, I wouldn't be going to Knit City because I couldn't justify the cost of it, personally. Or I wouldn't want to justify the cost of it. I would prefer, like, retreats and stuff like that are about the same cost, and I would prefer to do that sort of thing. Speaking of which, they've got a retreat that has caught my attention. I'm like, I'm not going to Japan now. Bet you it doesn't line up for a week off, though, so who knows. Anyway, yeah, so it's like Knit City is like a wild loose cannon right now. I don't know what it's going to do. And I know Stampede was decently busy last year as well, so it's like, okay. Actually, for Stampede, I need to make a list, because it's like for Stampede, I should also focus in on some of the eyeglass cases, because it's the middle of summer. And people who weren't prepared and didn't get them at the beginning of the summer might come and be like, oh yeah, glasses case for the middle of the summer. Or I'm going to Italy in September and I need a glasses case. I don't know. What is the weather like in Italy in September? I said that off the cuff and now I have no, but I'm like, I don't know. Is it like the rainy season? Is it sunny? Obviously, as I've mentioned before, it's still basically middle of the summer in Japan. So, at least temperature-wise. Their rainy season's actually June, and that is one of the big drawbacks to if I go in June next year. Because I'm just probably going to be damp the whole time. 2 more exteriors, and then we'll clip them all apart, and we'll sew the other side. And then we'll get the leather into the bags. Into the bags. Into the bags. And then we'll need to smash together the interiors that need to go with these guys, and then blah, 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 blah. Okay. And I need to go through, even in, actually that'll be a weekend task. I will go through and I will select what I want to order from Natsumi. And then figure it out. Yay. Okay. Now these just go back in the bin. And clip, clip, clip. Now we do the other side afterwards. After we clip them all apart, obviously. Clip, clip. And we will make a clipping noise every single time, because why not, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what goes through my brain half the time. I just live here. We had a TELUS guy come in and do our security system finally, because we'd taken 2 years to install it. And it worked though, because we as a retention thing, because they kept charging us for the 2 years. They basically sent out a free tech installation. So I'm like, okay, that's a pretty good deal, because I'm pretty sure that having a tech come out to do it like 2 years ago was significantly more expensive. Like 5 months or more of a bill cost. And he was really good. But anyway, the TELUS account is under my name. Always has been, always will be. It's in my name. Mobility, home, security, like home internet, blah, 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 blah. I am the TELUS person. Because Dallas used to be on Rogers, and then I got him switched to TELUS because he was up north. It's a safety concern. They still don't have towers up there for Rogers. So the service up there still sucks for Rogers customers. And so I was finally like, let's get you on the TELUS plan, because it'll save us like $5 a month. You're paying the bill anyway. So we may as well just condense services. And as he called to cancel, the call actually dropped in the middle of Chinook Mall, which is like one of our major urban center malls sort of thing. It's like, all right, this is a good indication that this was a good decision. Anyway, that is the thing. He has been on the TELUS account, but like everything's been in my name since I opened it after Japan. Blah, blah, blah. But so the TELUS guy was talking to me when Dallas wasn't in the room, and then Dallas came in the room and he instantly switched to talking to Dallas. And I'm like, dude, he's not the one to talk to about account services. I am the account holder. Just had to laugh, because it's just like, dude, come on. He's really good, but just that little bit of like, I guess maybe misogyny, I don't know, or it's just like deference to the man of the house. Told Dallas afterwards, he's like, yeah, I kind of laughed at that too, because it's like, dude, I just live here part-time, like, come on. Although actually it's not as bad. as the time I was in. So there was a used game store down on Center Street in Calgary, Video Game Traders. I'm pretty sure they still have like another branch still down on 17th Ave and Blackfoot Trail. But anyway, we went in to look for used games for Dallas, and I was like, oh yeah, I want to look for this one too, so I'll ask while we're up at the counter, because I couldn't see it in the case. And they helped Dallas and then didn't ask if we needed any other help and just like completely ignored me. I'm like, all right, so I'm not giving you money today. Like, come on. Cat problems. Well, no, that is more of a systemic problem. Never mind. That's not a cat problem. That is actually quite an annoying problem and an issue that like pans out in different areas of every woman's life, I think. So we're not going to go further on it, but yeah, the Video Game Traders one was years ago. Video Game Traders like has been out of that spot. This was well before children. I think it was like 2018 or something like that. But it was just like so. The stupid part of it is that the Video Game Traders used to be owned by a woman, and these were the new owners. So it's like, guys, you can't just ignore half of your customer base or potential customer base. That's stupid business practice. Alright, we're almost through the exteriors as well. This is exciting. Just about there. Just about there. Some more water. Alright, and then the rundown of what'll happen tonight is kiddos will go to bed, and then whenever they're in bed, I will come downstairs after a snack probably. And actually I think I might take these upstairs and clip them together while the kids are playing or watching TV or whatever we end up doing after dinner. And then I will, yeah. And then they're like clipped together and I can just come downstairs and finish clipping. Because let's be real, I'm not going to get all the clipping done in between dinner and bedtime tonight. But at least I can get a good start on it, hopefully. Excuse me. By the way, if you guys have any good slow cooker recipes to recommend or anything like that, I would greatly appreciate knowing. Because I need to start doing more meal prep, but like I don't want to do meal prep where I have to like meal prep and then freeze. But I really like slow cooker dump recipes. Mostly I don't want to have to buy more containers to store food in my freezer. And plus I don't have room in my like upstairs freezer. It'd have to go in the deep freeze and I'm just like, ugh. I know it sounds ridiculous, but having to come downstairs and get something out of the deep freezer is a surefire way. Even with me working down here, if I forget and have to go upstairs and then come back down, it's like one of those things where it's just like, holy crap. It is such a barrier to getting food, which is, it sounds so ridiculous, especially when I say it out loud, but it is. Anyway, so if you have slow cooker recipes, I've got a lot of lentils right now. I have a lot of black beans. I do have chicken thighs and pork chops. And we are not we're not vegetarian or anything like that. Although if we do have more recipes with like beans and lentils, I will be extremely happy with that. Because they're such a good like little powerhouse for you, right? So, all right. There's the interiors and exteriors done up to the point of putting them actually together. So let's snip all the chain pieces apart, or apparently break them because they don't want to come up over the desk. Still haven't counted how many there are here, but we'll count those when we start doing leather, I guess, because actually I do need to count. I need to separate these into what I think should be black and brown leather, I guess we need to do that. Okay. Black leather. Black leather. The crochet flowers will be brown, I think. So yeah, the hedgies will be black leather. The snow globes is black leather. The bunnies are going to be brown because it's a fairly warm color, and that is, it's also already got brown webbing. Fans are black. Snow globes are black. The chrysanthemums are black. Okay, the highlighter pink with off-white, I think should be brown, because I think the black would be a little bit, no, we got a black base. We'll pull the black base in with that. Black base for yellow highlighter flowers, or brown for the other crochet. Black or brown for these cranes? Brown would look really good because the crane is actually a fairly warm undertone. We're going to do brown for we're going to do black for the sloths. It's like we're going to do brown for the sloths because they're brown. But the background of the bag is black, so no. Black. Brown for the sakura because nice warm tone. Black for the neon floral storm. I'm going to go with brown for the purple windows onto Japanese gardens because it's a warm undertone. I'm going to go with black for the embroidery puff flowers. Black for the black fans. Black for the koi on Dobby, and brown for the botanical circles. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 brown leather. 7 brown leather. 7 brown leather. 7 brown leather. Kato handles. What? Don't select it and then be like, we're gonna delete it because we think you misspelled handles when I clearly have not. Okay, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 black handles, double. Okay, so my guess of 25 was about right. 14 black leather, Kato handles. Okay, done. Can I reach it from here? No, I gotta take my mic off. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna grab the leather box. All right, 7 brown handles, 14 black handles. And Cricut plastic that has been caught by the wind and is gonna flap around like it's a leather thing, a lightning sheet. Okay, that one needs to be trimmed down just a tick. It's fine, but it's a little bit warbly in a spot, so we'll just trim it down and be good. And what I could actually do is I could recenter the all right, done, dealt with. Yeah, it's like maybe need to just take it down onto the X-Acto knife, to be honest, more than the scissors, because it's like right in the center there. Yeah, that needs to maybe go, yeah, under the rotary cutter slash. So it's like just ever so slightly not right. Or I can clip it and we can just trim it with the scissors. And then it'll be done, and I will have a brown handle and a black handle already done. Ready to go. There we go. Much better. Alrighty. $14 black handles. So one, two, three, four, five, six, and 7. All right, so there's half already out of one strip. That's pretty awesome. I guess we had to spare, but whatever, close enough. 6 out of one strap length, and then the little tail ends here. So I need one more piece of black. Looks like there's probably right here. Well, there's a good section of it at least that we can use. So what did I say? We're already at 7. Eight. Nine. Okay, I know I had a bunch pre-cut. There's the start of some of them at least. 9, 10, 11, 12, 11. Okay, and then there's 1, 2, 3 brown. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Nice if I didn't have to like cut into another brown strap, but whatever. It looks like we're going to have to. That looks like 1 as well. Nope, way too short. Although these look really long. Yeah, they're like way too long. I think it's supposed to be closer to this length. That one's way too short. Interesting. Well, I prefer them too long to too short. Okay. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 brown. We need 7 brown, and I think we got 11 black. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then I'm gonna cut these down to the proper lengths for the black, and then yeah. Okay, I need 1 more long black strap. Basically is what I need. It's like an inch too short. Okay. There we go. I win. Okay. 11, 12, 13, and we're going to swap one over to the dark brown. Actually, we'll use the dark brown with the sloss because that would look really good. Or we could just cut it from the black strap that's like right on my desk here. Jesus. There you go. All right. That's concluded for the black. These just need their angle trims like this. And the angle is so that it actually like lays in the bag correctly. So just realized I might have cut that one wrong. I don't think so. No, we're good. Okay. All right, there we go. So there's all the black handles we need. And then what did I say? I needed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 more brown. I have a crap ton of brown, so I'm not too worried about it. Pretty sure these look like they are also too long. Way, 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 way too long. So we will cut these back down to their proper size. And with a little bit extra because of the angle, that's fine, but those other handles are like 2 inches wider than, or longer than they're supposed to be. So let's not do that. Okay, there we go. Hey, and there's another one right there, so I don't even need that many. 6. All right. 7. There we go, and there's 8, and it is 3:30. Okay, so if I depart now, I can go have a nap, and I can actually get dinner made tonight instead of like takeout. Yeah, because I also need to go for the half-hour run. So actually I could go still for a nap, a run, and then I could also get dinner. I'm gonna make pizza, so it's not like it's like high intensity crafting or anything like that. All right, yeah, and then that'll give me the opportunity to, like I said, it'll give me the energy to actually be on for like a couple more hours tonight if I go for a nap now, which I know seems counterintuitive, but it's true. So I will be back on this evening, hopefully between 7:30 and 8. The best 2 ways to find out is I always post my link to Instagram, whether you want to watch on YouTube or Twitch. The Twitch stream has not been super reliable, so I would go with YouTube first. And then the other part of it is that if you subscribe to me on YouTube, it'll let you know exactly when I'm going to be coming online. So hope you guys all have a fantastic afternoon, and that I will see at least a few of you back here this evening, and I'll chat with you all soon.